powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you deny funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you deny funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Serious for him to also put the finishing together. And that is the way we can grow as a country. Other countries have done it. So young people who may be listening to us on the various platforms and on television live, I'm encouraging you that yes, you may not have that spirit to be able to create such opportunity, but if you can contact people who have the spirit to support you, your idea, no matter how raw it is, can be transformed into a profitable venture for you to create opportunities for yourself and for others as well. The second one is that With the amplified program, you don't need to worry about location and geography. What it means is that if you are thinking about startup capital, and one major component of startup capital has to do with how do I rent, get the necessary money to rent, let's say a store, a shop, wherever within Accra or any of the big cities. With Amplified, you can be in your room, you can be in your village, in that little corner, and you can still project yourself globally. Now, Nicholas is saying the orders are coming from all over the world. What it means is that where he is, it doesn't matter anymore. It is about how your project, your program is projected on the right platform as being created by the Ministry of Information and its partners. So great initiative there for young people who are wondering, how can I also get myself out there? The third one, which I am quite passionate about, is that you can decide to use your mobile phone or your laptop, your computer, to do anything at all. That one in your little corner, nobody would notice it. But Nicholas chose to use that mobile phone or laptop to connect. All he did was to connect with the right person. And today he has a positive story to tell. So young people, how are you connecting? Sometimes I get disappointed when we have initiative at our end, National Youth Authority, and you project it on your social media platform, and everybody sees it and pass by. But I put my photograph there, and immediately I get a lot of likes, a lot of comments, and I ask myself why. The opportunities that are there freely, the young people don't really matter. But if it is about some other unnecessary, if I should say, information you put there, immediately there's a debate, immediately there is a like, immediately there is a share. So let us begin to behave like Nicholas. Whilst others are trolling, he decided to connect. And that is his game changer. So what will be your story too? So let us learn to connect well. On my way here, I checked on my phone and I realized that, in fact, my phone notified me that I have averagely used 7 hours on my phone. 7 hours. And I was astonished. 7 hours for what? They call it screen time. To do what? I can imagine if you are also getting such notifications, or you can search for it, how much you are spent on your phone, just the mobile phone. And ask yourself, could you have spent it in a more profitable way that is going to help you to project National Youth Authority? All the 3 areas of focus are our priority. The business, the social, and the third one just escaped. All of them, we are interested in that because our mandate is a cross-cutting mandate. We are everywhere. So we are expecting, and we are partnering as well, and we are happy to be on board this project. Anytime, any day, we will be there to support the ministry to achieve its maximum goal of reaching out to the young people. Thank you very much.
A round of applause once again for the acting CEO of the NYA. If you've just joined us or if you're watching live on television, this is the official launch of what we are going to know later on is that most of them have decided to also use their platforms to project some of these, if you like, stories and products that you've seen on their various handles. So we're going to have a wider, if you like, network for some of these beneficiaries. So once again, we are grateful for your partnership. Later on, we'll also hear from one of them who will speak on their behalf. Right now, we will watch a final video, which is Amplify Social, and then we'll hear from one other young mentor who has become an inspiration to a lot of young girls.
Welcome to Amplify Social. Amplify Social will focus on advocating human-centered issues, adding a stronger voice to the issues that confront us. By amplifying these social issues, we expect that we can get more support and attention for the greater public good.
My name is Hannah Waji. I'm the Executive Director of the Special Mothers Project. The Special Mothers Project creates awareness and advocates for policies for children with cerebral palsy and other disabilities to ensure that families nurturing children with disabilities have an enhanced life. In our advocacy work, we've come across many parents of children with disabilities, especially cerebral palsy, who do not have a place to take their children. These children are locked up in rooms because schools refuse to admit them. We are happy that the government has an inclusive education policy, and we are happy that the Medina Demonstration Basic and Special Unit is accepting children with all kinds of disabilities into their facility. That is why the Special Mothers Project joined forces with the Medina Demonstration School to create awareness about what they are doing, the wonderful work they are doing, and to call for a replication of this project. The Medina Special Unit is a proof of what we can all achieve in this country if we join hands the work that goes on here. We are happy that government is now paying attention to social issues and disability studies, special education, rehabilitation into these facilities to support our children within the facility.
By amplifying selected social causes, we expect increased support for social causes by the greater Ghanaian society for our greater good.
As the Minister of Information designate, waiting her veteran. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Fatima Abubakar will speak to us. Thank you.
the Honorable Minister for Information and Member of Parliament for Fase Ayurebi constituency, Honorable Kojo Nkrumah, the Acting CEO for the National Youth Authority, Mr. Nelson, also answer, distinguished guests, all protocol duly observed. Thank you very much for having me this afternoon. As you can see, we just observed one of the many social intervention or social protection programs that have been undertaken by some private individuals. There are so many platforms or NGOs, CSOs, or even state agencies that are willing to come to the aid of vulnerable people because they have the knowledge and they also have the space and resources to help them out of their challenges. But when we talk about vulnerable people in our society, they are the very people who do not have the platform, nor the resources or the voice to speak for themselves. So it is important that we give spotlight or we share our spotlight or platforms with some of these people so that they can be identified by donors, they can be identified by vulnerable people who are seeking help, so that we can also help them bring that spotlight to bear for people to see the country, our society from the lenses of these vulnerable people. And it is important that we use this platform to attract the necessary attention and support for our social causes. So we look forward to receiving nominations from all of you so that we can support these vulnerable people in society. This program primarily, I think, is very important because it's not just about us. It's not about individuals. It is about the aspect of society that does not usually get the attention or that is usually ignored because these are people who cannot speak for themselves. And what better way to do it than to use the people who have the platforms and voices to speak for these vulnerable people. So thank you so much for having me this morning, and we look forward to receiving your nominations. Good morning.
Another round of applause for Honorable Fatima Abubakar. She is the Deputy Minister for Information Designate. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, earlier I did mention that one of our biggest stakeholders in this whole project is the social media community, and we are very happy to be working with some bloggers and social media influencers. This morning they are here with us, and we want to take a brief remarks from their representative, who is Mr. Eugene Nkansa. A round of applause for Eugene as he shares a few words with us on what we should expect from their side. Thank you.
Thank you, Kweku. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, and youth himself, and the fact that he just an activity on social media influenced him to do something like this. I think that is very commendable, and what he has done, I'm sure, is part of the things that the government is also doing to fix the country as is going on social media. So I'll commend the minister for what he has done, and then I'll urge the youth to take advantage of it because oftentimes when you speak to my colleague bloggers, we get calls, we get DMs, we get messages from a lot of people asking for help, musicians. People who are in the arts, people who are doing businesses, small businesses, startups, and then this initiative is like a dream come true for me. So again, I would want to thank the ministry for this, for not just helping one person, but deciding to open their arms to anybody who needs the help. Thank you very much. So on behalf of my colleague blog here to pledge our support, everybody, and influencer that is working on this, we're going to support wholeheartedly, and we're not going to support because we're being paid or because we are MPP members. We're supporting because this is a national agenda and we see positivity in it. So I want to pledge our support for it. So yes, we are going to support the program wholeheartedly, and then I'm going to encourage people to take advantage of it. When my senior man was speaking, he mentioned that when you post something important as this, you get few likes. But when you post a woman twerking, that's where you get people talking. So I'll encourage my youth to concentrate on things like this when we post on our page. It's very sad when you post something that will motivate them, something that will give them opportunities, and they will just see it and may even refuse. And interestingly, this is where the whole initiative started. So this, I'm sure, the strongest place we can use to propagate, to push, to give opportunities is on social media. So yes, we look forward to playing a very pivotal role you can think of. So we are going to use our platforms, as I said, to push it as hard as possible. And when it's out there, let's take advantage. Please, it's very, very important. When you talk to the likes of Kojo Sheldon, when you talk to the likes of Zion Felix, who has about 3 houses out of social media, they can tell you that social media is not something that you have to joke with. So thank you very much. And when you see that we post things like this on our pages, please, if you are not interested, ask somebody who is interested to take advantage. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Eugene Nkansa. So it is time now for us to unveil, but before we do the unveiling, please watch this.
For me, I think it's very important for people in general to leverage on the goods that social media and the digital space affords them. It's a space where pretty much everything happens, and there's
empowering businesses and people for national development. Appreciation to our partners, the Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Gender and Social Protection.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the Information Minister another round of applause as he takes us through the technicalities.
Colleagues, so thank you. As we come to the end of this quick morning launch, I just want to make a few remarks. Shortly, I'll invite a few colleagues to join me as we unveil the Ministry of Gender and social protection is helping us on Amplified Social so that we can also spread the word there. And the Ministry of Youth and Sports, as was mentioned, is also with us. One of their agencies, the National Youth Authority, is the one that they've nominated to be with us. I want to acknowledge sincerely the support of our social media influencers and bloggers. And I really, really thank you. When we met, I told you that we don't even have one CD for this. But it's something that we can do together as young people to support other young people. And I really want to thank you that you've come on board. I also want to thank the television stations that have agreed to partner us to spread the word a bit more. Just to reiterate my earlier comment, the Bible says silver and gold we don't have. What we have is what we'll give you. What we have is a platform to amplify. And that is why we are making it available to all of these courses. Now, Amplified will roll out fully on the 1st of July. So moi.gov.gh/amplified, or you can just send us an email, amplified@moi.gov.gh, amplified@moi.gov.gh, and just nominate a course and attach whatever material that you think is relevant for that nomination. There's a project team that also has people from our bloggers community. They'll be looking at the nominations that come in, and part of the team from the Ministry of Information and some of our collaborating partners will also have an opportunity to look at it, and they will decide what should be amplified and how it should be amplified. I want to invite the acting chief executive of the NYA. I want to invite my sister Fati. I want to invite my chief director to join me as we unveil Amplified. So we will stand back a little bit. I hear we shouldn't stand too close to the edges, so please do come this way. I think the ladies can be in the middle, and then we, the gentlemen, will be on the edges. So yes. We'll come back a bit, Chief. So, Alpha, we are in your hands as we unveil Amplified. Thank you very much. Thank you very Very much, colleagues. And from the 1st of July, we'll be looking forward to seeing all of these courses projected on our various platforms, on the ministry's social platforms and on the platforms of our collaborators. Colleagues, thank you very much for joining us to launch Amplified. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there's one final thing I'd like to do, which is to invite the project lead. I haven't told them. I'm surprising them. I want to invite the project lead, Nathaniel Alpha. Where are you? And the project team members, Dennis, Martin, where are you? George.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're funny face.
It's not my brother.
Funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
powers and principalities.
Hello, my name is Priscilla Na Akle Planch. I'm a survivor of a road accident. It wasn't easy for me. I went through 6 surgeries, and for 2 years I was using crutches. It wasn't an easy experience, and I don't want you to go through the same. So please, follow all the road safety regulations that you have to. Don't drive tired, don't drink and drive. And to my fellow friends who ride motorcycles, please, the road signals are for you as well. Please pay attention to them. Stay safe, do the right thing, and save a life.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Hypocritical creative arts industry cause of their woes. Not my words, the words of Sam George, the Member of Parliament for Ningo Pram Pram constituency. A true assessment. We assess his accession on Bloggers Forum. Also on the bill, Shatawale Sarkodie DJ Swish Kwame Yeboah win at 39th Aroma. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa, and this is Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for joining us. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV, and on Bloggers Forum we table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion. My guest, Vida Adichumwa Boatin, is a columnist. It's been a long time since she came on the show. Vida, welcome.
Thank you. You haven't been calling me to come on the show.
Yeah. Today we decided to call you.
Thank
and
you.
Interestingly, I think that anytime she is coming on the show, she has gone to take the vaccine.
Yes, it's strange.
Why is that the case?
I don't even know.
A coincidence. Or
Yes.
Nana Yaredu is with oneplayafrica.com. Nana Akwaba.
Just so, bro.
So our opinion, Nana. What do you want to do?
First one, the combination.
One more first one.
I don't know what first one.
Send it here. You're trying to solve the second one.
I must send text messages in the crime and
oh, okay.
I am running you. I know one commander.
Right, so let's join Ama Bruni for Nkomo.
Menam na metete amafukika se wo ba nkomo ho e Bloggers Forum ma ye di kokonsa na me se wahifa ahadi e di kokonsa wo hwe kwapem ye di kokonsa da e ya ma ne keke na me ba be bom nti Ama Bruni na watwi nso nsem e course entertainment industry e na maboa no me de ba besom ma ye twa ye ho na ye mbrasesia mama ye hye nkomo na se ne ye started de ne one don Shatawale mo ahun so buy so se the social media o colleague kakwa ko je na ahome kakwa na wale aba back o bag so say we launch some new car all white bi wa hu a Rolls Royce Candle fit all white wale na yenze o post in any Instagram ni confirm man congratulations o car ide ayefe na ye kophwem na ye hye de hu se car ne so wato so you so for music video bio ye hye da nimu saba manfo keka se wo sese sa car ne eye Rolls Royce Candle wo sese na wo nane so eba US dollars is about a year $330,000 ebi wo man kasanti wale car na ye ode ana wo say video shoot level Oh, say you, I'm gonna phone a South Awards now. Aha, a year 2021 edition of the International Reggae and World Music Awards. Arama, aha. And a year you are burying Masao Kodie, Shatawale, Kwame Yeboah, any DJ switch when we need Kesepa. Just a big win for Ghana. Now, a trema, a year Sa Kodie, or take you home, a year best virtual showcase. Ye trema, a year concert of the year awards on or 5. And a year DJ switch, and so far, a year best young entertainer of the year. Now, Kwame Yeboah so on so far a year instrumentalist of the year. And a one done Shatawale on so winnie a year virtual entertainer of the year. Nearby and in Ghana for years so where the yendima support your own and yama one congratulations. Munko Swana mu raise the flag of Ghana high. Aha. A year Church of Pentecost Ghana has seen one as a say one kwako handy over a year all new, just a fully finished prison biama a Ghana prison service. Watch him match as a nyame womudio oh say when who's a prison you be who's a prison I was a honor congested and you be never focus a Pentecost man first sky sea factories and a bay youth benye drama just go be a chanwa binim chemo ne kwan so anene na mafuki kake kamudi dim komo and a year Dinah Hamilton aha gospel musician onwanga ye Pentecost needed out all the chemo so ne kwanso ane one dey obo eye Pentecost for abaso say won tumi aye sade kesi ama o man Ghana ene hwan na eko Mr Sushi aha who is as hina na eko aha eye D Black onu na ye du nsem so enjoyment minister na oye interview be very recent one dem odi 22 years and a girlfriend e fa ye funu but ono asem ne ba na wanka so na wonko ya abortion is anya manyama na ya muminum taye no na scan you hode but ono anka so hu so we dey obebo modern na wa mane girlfriend awo nti mu a se mo ga nyinsa na mu die America kona koyi gun mu nhye mo hobone mu bo modern na mo magayi mu na mo pesa dodo emese se ye ba chrome ha se na se wudi weni di eye celebrity marriages echi enya Ghana hankwan we ase afa na nyina wudi weni di echi hu se obeka so we dey wodo won hu na watwa picture hu se uko won social media hu se o we dey odo ankasa na relationship goals anya nkoba 2 months 6 months ayere so as a years kakabona no abase oyejai ye pe divorce I say I don't know what I celebrity marriage in Chebisano. Na a former second lady, a Matilda Emisata, or didn't be able to time now or call the launch of a your charming Kwame and a book be one to the book will be able to defend a love lockdown. And a second lady do to just so. And yes, celebrity marriage is Nina say a be honoma a Gina Wankasa. Yemfa a your charming Kwame and a the any example. So chema problems about our remude, but mutu mukopos mutu mi etimo ho ase na muka so se ni se ne be ya aware de be koye panti enye ni nyina ene segu eye backing vocalist aye friend atiatina aha se ma munim bibe munim ne o chema wa adwuma wo ye se backing vocalist num tuni bibe tunum na wo gina gina je wo back je se o se ye din num tufu ibi wo hono ma wo bebo modin asan wonim fifiri aboa won se na num yi be ye de na ha wo wi a wochia okanuane ne se wo be ye interview no be ma credit so ejame nua bia na eje se na ne voice wo echi no wore nye ati achema ye musicians no bu ha wo koye adwuma mo won se echi eye dingankasa echinsa na wode na until fam Kim Promise I probably be friend Mr Kambu mo se on penny size ankasa wo mbabu aye Kim Promise sha wankasa wo beti ase onu na bosumi me ya Sony Music 5K records on my signing na we dan ka eni jasem o san ka ni pemudi anka ye other musicians we kuma ko mutumi enrich sa higher heights because one day wo ba humodi o nyum to fa okrom ha nya wo bia se wo ye good music wo ye just a videos ni na wo bo humodi nti about time other musicians so omo reach higher heights I fro dendo aha actress Zandi Kamel on ni kuno sports presenter Kaninja and na bosumi me one celebrity first anniversary aha last year na wo dey ware share so na amafufule se wonka we dey enke wedding anniversary photo shoot kakra bi na ma ye na wa be throw caption kakra Zandi so hefa ono wa kwa je ring no nti renewal of vows be amuye wo Islego na kasankofu be break koi na Vandi Chema Nyankopon na aboa won amafo na kamudi mani di aware echa muka so idea 1 or 2 months ebegu enkosi baby ana mamudi mani ehu echen ayi agoro asutwan ankasa embarima na nka mani wom se eye muni misbi ebede tete se eye abrantepa na nkrofo sister yi de se be abetuja o kirema se de ne sa to barima fuso when a wonderful man be on Angasa say friend a wonderful man be a just say obwana na wa che no do ankasa yes a wonderful man ya Miss V e kan ho ase mo che ma ono na just say this time you know obwana just obetwe onyom bi kura won nchen o ma na eyi moral ni ade na Miss V che mu a we de ne sa todo so ankasa but on to me nche mu say o mo be ware e ne no chine ya but we die your drunk kasa say sorry so enkomo e do betwa to let me say me sisters bebre betumi relate why imagine say wa kokohia bere me bia one ne kekasi ani afede no kan wo say me chirewa wa ja say me chirewa ne me de be ya wo ne ade na sister just say wo say eh na we dey I'm in for some tactics now the when beto so afede wo kodu mpanwa no show petre just say kasa bebre gbe ho ana yo kwade na ese ene na eye papa bi eye friend no eye grandpa mo amuhwe date right mudu mani date mu de se monim ne da ono chema sa wo yo bia na wo kohwe bere ma na wo de na no fefa hu so se mechrewa styles na afede enko wiase yo sa de abomodia na sineni so ankasa bonasum ko se gori de ye ndi wa ha mama ye mu be rise emotions na ekodu ha no show nti sa de mama madwuma nsoni abantepa ene ye di esi wo no abadwasfo mo nto asoma ya maboni da sene komo ekoso nyina meboa no na me da besomo.
Thanks, Amabroni, for the tidbits. We call it Enkomoho. And that's, if you want more of these, visit our website, www.GhanaWeb.com. Let me begin with Vida. Let me know which one she wants to touch on.
I'd like to touch on the backing vocalists.
Nanama
and Atiatina.
Yeah.
I mean, we've always talked about the woes of the artists when it comes to music sem and all that. But after these ladies started popping up, now she hits on my over the years, and to think that they have nothing to show for it, very painful. I mean, say they're coming out to talk about these issues here very timely. The other day, Nanaya was talking about how I'll be fully formed, beer, onion crampo. Everybody that worked on it can get something.
Yes,
I mean, they shouldn't just take delight in going on interviews and people. Showing amazement as to say, hey, are you actually the one who backed this song? Just don't bask in that ambience and think that everything is fine. Go further, speak to the artists. These songs, people still like to listen to them. Get them on the digital platforms. Make sure that you get what you're due. They shouldn't just, I think they're just happy having in the interviews. You're happy people telling them, we didn't know you were behind it. And so what? After this discussion, what next? So they should proceed and make sure that the artists give them what they're due, because we are living in a digital space now.
Nana,
bro,
I'm into it.
Okay, I think I will talk about the King Promise thing. Saying that he hopes a lot of artists get international deals. First off, let me say that getting a record label to back you as an artist is a very good thing, but it's not always good. Music platforms such as Apple Music, Spotify, Tidal, Pandora, Deezer, they are creating a space where they are enabling independent artists. So the ecosystem of music or music production or music, the release of music is gradually cutting away the record labels. So over time, big labels such as Universal, Sony, Epic is even a sub-label, it's not a main label. They are trying to find ways, they are finding ways and means to tap into talent and help them. So in as much as we want Ghanaian artists to sign onto international labels, it is not always the way to go. You get what I'm trying to say? Because listen, these days if you sign with a label and the label funds your project, you don't own your masters. So when Ghanaian artists get some of these deals, we are happy. Don't get me wrong. I'm super excited. But I was saying about now, Omani cleared the kind of deal he has with the label, so that your fellow artists will also learn from it. Don't just openly say, "I hope you get signed to an international label." Because you see, once upon a time, Burna Boy came out to cry that those who are signing to international labels from Nigeria are bleeding. They really went to USA, signed a label, and went to USA, and later tweeted and said, F this or these people, I'm coming back home. Because you see, the label systems before you release music is difficult. If I'm not even shy to say, Empire delayed Yao Talk's Sorry Remix release because of Stormzy and because of how the label system works. You understand? You have to come out and explain the deal you have. These days, labels are signing CR or mobile monetization deal with musicians, with talent. So they know that you will not give them the masters. They know that you will not give them the music stores. So they'll come and say, okay, you know what we'll do? We'll do a single production with you and we will monetize it on the mobile devices. So for Sony Music, Universal, for instance, Universal Nigeria signed Sinaso. If you remember, it came out, Sinaso and some other guys. It was such a deal. It wasn't a 360 holistic deal. At the end of the day, if you don't read your contract well and you don't understand some of these terms, you will end up signing a deal that you cannot put out music, or you put out music and it will not go international, and you'll be like, oh, I thought this guy go make her go international. You understand what I'm trying to say? So we have to be careful when we are trying to push something to our Ghanaian artists. For instance, I hate the way we make our artists feel like they need international labels to survive. What we need is for them to come together, fight the system, to build a royalty-paying system in order to survive. Because these days, the music system all over the world, Chance the Rapper went to win a Grammy without a label behind him. Recently, Kanye West went against his own label for owning his masters. Rick Ross went to fight his label for owning his masters. If you're an artist and you understand what that word masters is in your career, you won't be in a hurry to go and sign with an international label, because you might be dooming yourself, then you'll be making yourself good. You understand? The second thing is about the voiceover woman. Now, this thing came on my table last week and I was laughing because once upon a time, I told somebody, I won't mention the name, a mainstream artist who was making another mainstream artist do a BV, what we call backing vocalist for. And I told the person that, oh, I can say backing vocalist, a BV, or a underground artist. So the understanding of a backing vocalist in a part of the world makes backing vocalists feel like they are not mainstream artists, which is very wrong. As a matter of fact, BV artists are even doper artists than some of the mainstream artists. And they're also a mainstream art. So let me give you an example. You see, Mr. Easy has a song called Legover. Wizkid did a BV, a backing vocalist on that record. Malik Berry did a BV on Ephias Until the Dawn. You see, I can go on and mention so many big artists. Beyonce did a BV for DJ Khaled, Jay-Z and Nas, Sorry Not Sorry. You understand? So if you're a backing vocalist, you are not an underground artist, you are not an upcoming artist, you are an artist. Your understanding of your business is as important as you go and deliver your vocals to help somebody. I work with a female artist, my sister Nanaya, did BVs for Sonny Badu, Baba, and even sang 51% of the record. Listen to me carefully. See, a BV does 1/3 of a song, because you come and do ad-libbing, you come and do doubling, you come and do parting and all those things for the artist, and then you are gone. But when you cross and sing a chorus, like how she sang, na na na, you are no more. It's no more a BV conversation. It's now a featuring conversation. Therefore, I need to get 51% of what I own on the record. The Grammy Award definition of some of their categories is like an artist who contributed 51% of a song, which means that if I have sung more than 1/3 of the song, I'm part of the record. So I need to get what is due me. I've worked with a BV artist before, I won't mention her name, and I told her that she needs to go after the money, not just her workmanship, but the other things that come along with it. She said, oh, and then they bear along into a jam. Unfortunately, we are waking up, we are growing. The more we grow, I said it here before, right? So the more we grow, the more some of these things come up. And the more some of these things come up, the more the industry becomes tighter. You understand? Yeah. Soon, it is going to happen that every artist who has even contributed to a song, like Vida Eti here, na kamiyanyo. Na Vida ka said, "Oh, nana ya fa, be the shame. Me this shame I say mtianika, but nipa be brand. You understand what I'm trying to say? Yeah. If you're in a studio and we are making music and you contribute, like by giving me an idea, like by saying, anyway, when I'm paying people, I'm supposed to pay you as a co-composer for the record. For all you know, that's your baby. It's what people will like. What am I saying? It's about time that a lot of backing vocal artists learn. So what you know now to chorus count on your BV and your backing vocalist. They have to understand that. I was explaining it to the girl. What's the name of the woman? Nana. Yes, but she wasn't getting it. Listen, when you do a feature for someone, they say a feature because the artist is big. You understand? But because you are a BV, a backing vocalist, and they make you sing a chorus, they will say, oh, we are BV. No, it's not true. Even if they don't put it on paper, in the public eye, on paper, it is a featuring because you did 51%.
Okay.
What am I saying? It's sad. Say, after all this, after all this work, after all this work, she has nothing to show for it. But do you know the bigger problem? After all these years, the main artists who she did the BVs for also don't have anything to show for it in terms of the royalties.
Martin, let's take a break. When we return, we'll delve into our major discussions. Sam George says the showbiz or the creative arts industry are hypocrites. Because we have our own interests. We consider our parochial interest than the interests of the creative arts industry. We are back to delve into this. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. I am Abrantepa and I'm doing this with Nanea Redu. It's at oneplayafrica.com. Vida Edichunwa Boatin. It's a columnist. Now, Sam George was on Star FM. He had an interview with Nanaba Anamwa and he was asked a question on the creative arts industry. He gave an answer.
When you go to Nigeria, corporate Nigeria invests in the arts. Government is behind the arts. You don't see that in Ghana. It is just touch and go in Ghana. The government, successive governments, pretend to be interested in the arts.
You know why?
Why?
Because the people in the arts in this country are hypocrites.
How?
They are more political than the politicians. See, when a party comes to power and promises that it's going to do A, B, C for the creative arts, and on the basis of that you see all the creative arts players rally behind that party, and 4 years into the government of that party, not even one theater has been built. They promised a theater in each region. Not one has been built. And when we ask questions in the lead up to the election, that what has been the track record of that government, you still have the same creative arts people come and defend it. Why? Because even though the theaters have not been built, maybe he's gotten some Zoom Lion, some cleaning contract here, or some supply contract here, he's comfortable in his own shoes. So it is because you don't have the creative art industry begin to hold governments to account. Because they are playing politics. They want, this person wants to be the shining star, so that when they come, they'll make him minister for creative arts and culture, or deputy minister.
Are you referring to John Dumelo?
I'm referring to Makokreku Mante.
Okay.
Me means Robia, the body.
I know. I know you're not. You
get it. So the point is, what has Mark done to hold Nanado, who he campaigned for in 2016, who promised to build theaters for the creative arts? What has been Mark's input? Right now that the theaters are, the cinemas are closed, and the creative arts cannot flourish, and they don't have any source of livelihood. What has Mark used his proximity to Nanado to do for the creative arts? We are not opening the cinemas, we are not opening the theaters, but churches are filling out the Fantasy Dome and doing programs there. We are having church services. So can't we also open the cinemas and do social distancing there and observe the protocols? You shut the cinemas, but Bloomberg is open. Go to Bloomberg now, it's open, it's working. It's open. Sandbox is open. But you have shut down the cinema. Before the cinemas were shut, you had the likes of Roverman Production, Uncle Lebo White, putting a lot of young people to work with his productions. You had Foster Romanos, Clemento Suarez, doing young boys finding a living in the cinemas. So if today you open the National Theatre and you say that we should skip 1 seat or 2 seats, can they not still sell tickets and at least make a living? You, Makoke Kumante, you've been appointed deputy minister. What did you do? What have you held Nanado to account on his promises? When you campaigned for him, have you held him to account? It's the same way I would have expected Sadiq to hold John Mahama to account here in Rexoma, because that is why you are from that stock. You don't expect me, Sam George, to come and be fighting for creative arts when you've been given, one of your own has been given an opportunity in there, but he is thinking about what he will get and not what you collectively will get. We should have seen Mark leading a charge by now as a member of the creative arts to say, Mr. President, open the cinemas and give us social distancing protocols. These young boys are dying. They are starving because their only source of livelihood and having a meal is if the cinemas are open. If we can open the market, if we can open Bloomberg and Sandbox and the churches and the mosque, and we cannot open the cinemas, what kind of country are we? This is the reality. So the problem is the creative arts themselves. When you get the chance and you shine small, you think about yourself. You forget where you are coming from.
And that's the Member of Parliament for Lingo Pram Pram constituency, Sam George. Right now, how true is Sam George's claim?
I mean, when I first watched the video, I thought it was the usual political jab on the mark or buying chain tea. It was normal. So, by Guni Redeem Kakaya and Naija, who say arena now and it's a different ball game than your entertainment. And then there are a few key points that I picked up from what he said. A few questions that he was asking. He says that what has Mark done? The first question is Mark no then why anti Yemano position. The second one I put down was we shouldn't expect him, like a typical politician, to fight for creative arts. And then there's a third question now. Make sure to say where are the theaters? And Mark is not holding the president on because of Felisa Mark a GBB Guni Botumuntina and fan who say Obibisano. Yeka say Mark is not a deputy minister yet. Yen vetting po ni akase ya jinatum. Now what your responsibilities be amane say on swa from now. Obetimi a play role no as designate. But in fact to me be answer nsa sisi ayeka say uhwe ya mamra na. Uba second question na obisa so or say we shouldn't expect him Sam George to fight for us. This is telling me directly say enunti na your sector no aye underdeveloped for a very long time because omu hu ne say enyo omo ene wo so mo be kuman because of also our kwan dwen ho or electricity or our Greek they have to focus on ye de na kwakoye second bit be a twaso keke o de so so a ene ye into no on fighting now ye nya ye hu nipa abantipa ye betena bebe tia there's not going to be any progress. And I'm asking say ye hu Fitzbafo ye hu Honorable Abla Jifa Gomashi, was this the same conversation and a language wo Sam George or adopt yana no mo so mo be mu na o mo try so mo fight for ye no e de be na mo ye e de support ye mo ko campaigns na mo use enyom even o poster crab tare ban ho no e artist bi na e ma wo into you should know say right from the start no ye sector bi out to ye twene e wo mo business ma enye. So why then do you come out to tell us that you don't expect me? I didn't say I train who say me na me be we ma. I mean the gestures alone should tell you say we juma no sector we industry ni crampo no yen fa enka system no ho kram na enka scope ni ho na ye. There's also the question about Mark say on hold the president on theaters no way. You know we can't lie. Theaters 9 so. But there are reasons you catch and say there were land acquisition issues. So me bana catch me so why a crowd so be see me. Now who change so be nya to me no, I feel say a tangible reason I meet me assess no mama a second chance to see say who bet me a bibiana. Because on hine no on cast or the assassin way ma there's nothing you can do to mount a theater or ho. Inti no enwo ho no mo san so catch and say mo renovate Kumase apatakese aseno. Inti tells me say unya ready say ubesi bi no. Existing one e wo ho dada no uye den usiesie. Ye nya opportunity ye bie Dubai e wo Ghana ha say ye nya opportunity ye ko lifty or Sofia from Nigeria e ba e betwa ahomam say ye ti Dubai bia no wo krum hanom say. Sam George Sabre no wantimi antufo say wo ya artist wo krom ha even John Dumelo could have done the same for NDC. Mo manifesto me so ade ba ha no say mo policies am ka say mo be yama art no from red notes na home na eye che say ento asum ne me bi wo kwa me yi free ma mutum say ento asum mo ka say mo NDC mo na mo te so a mo be boa mo draw di adwini no those the artists who draw na mo de ne say government institution bia mo beto painting baako e de asen ho and I'm asking you say auto painting baako ni wi a For the rest of artists in their life, no one day. Until now, on show when him sana. Most of them saying scholarships to disadvantaged creative arts people. Yet, hey, how do you determine who is a disadvantaged creative arts person? And if I know man scholarship could see the offer you come and got in a classroom on no see there are lots of issues a one no masa ma me commit me abuboso. Most of them implement programs to support the growth of the film industry. Programs ben mumbubo din de bia mo ba mo be kengu from musa hu bebia at the end nam.
Okay, so those are things that NDC promised to do.
Yes.
Things NPP promised during the 2012 campaign.
Yeah.
Okay, there was the Creative Arts for Change.
Yeah.
And even 2016 elections, we had Creative Arts for I've forgotten more rebranding into something else. But with Newakani, yes, NDC failed the arts. Is that if that is your conclusion?
No, me share. Oh, yeah, member of parliament, our free party name. Me share poster now. It makes me want to go back to pick the policies. O can't send cow buy anka obeshe. Say ube resource National Museum.
So when
one see a library ama the late mills library no is in tatters. And then you come out to tell us say I'm just trying to tell you, say sometimes you money be a when you to say Sam George or DNDC chibe kasa say ya. It tells you say new man way a paper so de kenya.
So the failures of the NDC and that of the NPP, do you think that the creative arts industry has been able to hold the politicians accountable?
I'll say yes and no. Because I mean, we share vote margin no crampo this last year, and you could tell say the margin MPPD winning and it wasn't the same. There are people that maybe almost feel say almost sticky to more manifesto in name more kaya manye womu. And there's been issues. Yeah, cry at Yanum say unim say first no. Yeah, discussions on creative arts industry now. Yeah, said that pushy hosa. So see I know what's na radio so there are people asking questions. So when can you know not yeah said that fa yeah hosa. So there was also a debate between MPP and NDC on creative arts sector no alone. You can tell me say there ANC that because near feel say yeah dan chain. It's me yeah say I didn't know build the ba. Sisi and we are part of the focus. President's co-interview it's me bisan as a creative arts a Denny Dana. Oh yeah. Can you know it was all about the almost say priorities, you know, the roads and the electricity and the agric and the whatnot. No? So now we are gradually getting into focus. You see, and we are part of the political discussions. And you know, let's just move on like that. But we out now become way as if say mark this. And you see, no more politicians, no. Most of us mo baby bina mwanya. Does that mean some kwa discussion mo bottom into na munya de kodinana?
Nana, bitter truth. Some just are
saying. So hypocritical, comments not passing. It has to do with or no describing artists as politicians or making statements. We'll say there are more politicians than us. Yeah. And if on a politics in, I'm sorry, them crampo. Politics, well, there's nothing wrong with an artist deciding say or then who better party way. Now our buana or my agenda or more pushing it forward. There's nothing wrong with that. Once out to a ban, be a politician. And I don't know why being a politician now, I'm hypocritical. And what target from the onset, so you're a politician. Oh, yeah,
question for the girls, Anna.
No, I mean, yeah, mark opportunity now on Excel. Yeah, it's now after 4 years. See, who she are. You be busa questions. Who bashing because most of you fire who ni panko. You who ni panko draw. A day na why. We'll come back here and ask those questions. Now, would any panel shall say, Crano, Abamubu Casa?
Nana, I mean, too. Maybe say a question, maybe say a bitter truth, Anna.
I want to. If you say bitter truth, it's a yes and a no situation. Because, see, let me start like this. Let me start with Nana Banama's question to Sam George.
Okay.
The question was asked in a manner that felt like somebody has done a little research to confirm that in our close neighbor, Nigeria, corporate bodies support the art. But when it comes here to Ghana, government upon government act like they pretend to be interested in the art, right? And Sam George couldn't wait for Nana land with her question, so he quickly jumps because Ebono. So I want to analyze the first question from Nanaba, the question from Nanaba, and analyze his first answer. So yes, it's true. In Nigeria, we have brands. I don't know. We have some brands. I don't know if I can mention their names.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So we have GT Bank, who operates Ndani TV, that creates and also support the arts. As a matter of fact, when I was at News Africa, we had almost secured a deal to do something with Ndani TV and GT Bank here in Ghana. So what they do is that they allocate funds to support a certain part of the art in Nigeria. So it is true. They create a whole lot of employment. And for them, for the corporate body, they see it as a way of giving back to society, like a CSR project in supporting the art. Just like how every bank has a product for women, and they have products for investments, and they have products even for loans. They have one too for creative art. Every bank across, right, is there. If you do your research, you find out. UBA also runs Red TV, Red Radio, because they also use that platform to ginger and uplift, their people in the art. All over the country, when we talk about creative arts, we all narrow our conversation down to music and movies, and we'll leave out the other aspects of the art. So let me focus on that for now. Bringing the same question to Ghana with regards to asking that corporate bodies support the arts in Ghana. Yes, they do. Okay, Vodafone came up with the Red Radio. When I was at Millicom Ghana, I was spearheading Tigo Music, and we brought Deezer to Ghana. Abrante, if I tell you the headache we went through as a corporate brand, bringing a music platform to Ghana, you will be marveled. This is why I said it's a yes or no for the bitter truth. Yes, because the very same people that we fight for are the very same people that kill the platform that these corporate bodies bring out to support them. When I was at Tigo, we tried every possible means, to the extent of even helping SAC to do a collabo with Acewood. Remember, the new guy. When you call an artist for a business conversation about a music platform to put his music there, that will give him money in return. Because it's Tigo that has made the call. He comes with a different tone language. That is the ugliest truth.
I mean, no. Last year I was in a meeting. I won't mention where, and names popped up. They wanted a few people that they could use as brand ambassadors for a particular brand. I suggested Kim Promise. I contacted his management, and the gentleman told me to email them, and they'll revert with his profile till date.
Am I?
And that was good money for him, but till date,
and
so those are the real issues that we need to discuss. And see, Obi to say Sam George, the politics, the kata issues, na madena meki.
You see, the Nanaba question she asked Sam, it's also a way of telling us that as creative art people in Ghana, we are not serious. Because listen, corporate bodies, they make moves. Kidi is signed to Fidelity Bank as a brand ambassador, Samsung. I'm telling you, every corporate, I've worked in a corporate institution, every corporate body has a certain outlet for creative arts, not just musicians. Tigo, for instance, championed sports entertainment for a very long time in Ghana. The very same people that we want the laws to protect and uplift them and give them money are the same people who are killing these same corporate bodies when they go to their table for a conversation. Now, see, I'm a PR one agency, and I advert, 45 seconds ad, and they sent him the list of songs, and I called the artists, the money they were mentioning, and I asked one of the managers that, do you understand sync licensing? And the fact that if I use your song, it's a recurring money for you, and you're mentioning this amount of money because you're thinking of just today. He didn't know that. So yes, in Lagos, you will see Wizkid as a brand face for Red TV and Red Radio, and that he thinks of a long term than a short term. And Nigerian celebrities who most of them I have dealt with, right? When you're talking to them, they can even call you. Let me give an example. Victor AD released and somebody sent a message to me that, oh, you like the way Miss Africa is playing a song on your platform. Victor will want to come and see you. And I said, okay, what's the deal? When Victor came, this is the conversation we had. He said, listen, the way you're playing a song means that your TV station goes to where? Cape Coast, Takrady, Kumasi, right? I have a hit song already. People know me. Take me to all these places and give me 60% of money that we make from the business. I'm not going to charge you. Let's go on the road. Ask yourself how many Ghanaian artists will come to the table with a marketing plan like that. When I signed Victor on for our Collar Rainback Tone, and he brought his marketing plan, I asked myself how many Ghanaian artists will send such a plan. The idea
they don't even have a profile. Talking about themselves. The
idea of if we sign the CRBT deal with you, you have to mount 5 billboards for us because Victor is a big brand. How can we get MTN that we are doing this CRBT thing with to recognize that it's Victor AD's music? You know, these are petty things that also aids us in what we do. So the question from Nanaba is a mockery to us. That's how I saw it. That's how come Sam George could not wait, because he knows that he couldn't wait because they know very well that every corporate body is supposed to. It's there. Today, if you check some banks on their website, they have products for everything happening in the country. It's there. You get what I'm trying to say? Then let's analyze Sam George's first comment about the hypocrisy. He nailed it, but he pointed it to the wrong direction. Because when you say hypocrisy in creative arts, it's true, it's there. There's a lot of nepotism here, where Nanayao is now the music head for Tigo. Therefore, Abranti and Bida are Nanayao's friends. As to whether they can or they can't do it, it's a question to Nanayao and the gods.
You ask for as we can.
You get what I'm saying?
So
that family and friends hypocrisy in our industry is there. The winner take all syndrome is there.
I think that it's even worse with politicians than
the
artists.
You leave them or say I'm coming. It's in our space, and these politicians are the ones behind it. You see, he was able to quickly point out the fact that one person won't become rich and collect money and all those things. Because who is the one funding those things? It's them. They know. They know that when they call Abrantepa and say, "Charlie, give me Nanaya and Vida," Abrantepa will forget Nanaya and Vida, give me the money. I go pay them. And then Abrantepa will call Vida and say, "Vida, and then you do, and this is for no school. So they know, because they are the ones funding all those little divisions in our sector. They know. He knows. Are you telling me that Sam George has done anything for his area where he's the MP? What has he done for the creative arts people in that area? Apart from musicians, what has he done for the people who are even doing the paintings in that area?
No, they're saying, I'm going to turn your mom.
You get what I'm trying to say? They know. But when he calls one boy from that place, who is probably challenging him on what he has done for them in his constituency, right? When he pays the boy, he knows the boy will keep quiet and will even tell his friends, it's okay, forget. In as much as we don't want to accept the bitter truth, it is also because the people know. They know that they can get us by just paying us off. They know that. All that he did with the macrocurriculum is a diversion to get us to talk about that and not the real issues. What are the real issues? He's an MP. They are supposed to create policies that will create an enabling environment for us as creative people to work.
The policies are for the executive. Yeah. I mean, if it's legislation you are talking about.
The manifesto is like the social contract between us and the party.
The reason I'm saying that is because every law or whatever that is done goes to Parliament. Yes or no? So he has to say. That's what I'm saying. You see, they sat down for small things that our celebrities or our creative art stars can use to take care of themselves and create more employment to be shut down with the excuse of morality. Example is betting. Example is alcoholism, like the alcohol brands. Ghana prays on, we are a moral country, we are this, morality is high, but we are the worst sinners. I'm telling you, hypocrites. Ghana, I'm not going to be honest, hypocrites. I'm sure when the mics were turned off, he would laugh and hit another and say, hey, because we are all hypocrites. Sam George as a two-way. If today he's loud, behind closed doors, if the president should call him and say, Sam, I heard you on radio, Charlie, then maybe some envelopes should go.
Buy no coffee.
He will keep quiet. It is what it is in the country. It's not politics. It's not creative arts. It's a human thing in general. Because you think about your family first, your pocket second, your girlfriend third, your wife fourth.
Before the country.
It is the truth. So he shouldn't make it look like it is some magic thing where it come from heaven. No, he did it already. Maybe we bring our own. He did it.
My issue was that he was trying to pitch Mark against Sadiq and even Rex.
No, that one will be diversion. Don't even go there.
I don't know.
No. Somebody called me on radio from Cape, and I'm like, yo, you know what? If I comment on that thing, I grant Sam George in wish. You know what his wish was? For us to come out and speak against Okreku. Because so far so good, all of us are rallying behind Okreku. And they have never seen it before. So far, so good. Everybody in the industry.
With the exception of Ola Michael.
Oh, he is behind closed doors. Trust me, because he's Mark's friend. What he's doing is party. So you see, what Ola is doing is the party card playing person that we want people to stop, which Sam George is doing. Because if Sam George is a member of parliament, who knows that they have not vetted Okreku Mante to become deputy minister. Why say that he hasn't done anything? And the only thing he said, he wasn't even referring to Mark's credibility. No, he knows Mark's. He won't even try it because he knows Mark's. Because Sam George
doesn't know. He's
no. Sam George is my friend. We used to sit on radio exposé together as pundits. So he knows He knows Okreku. No, he knows Okreku. Don't do that. He knows. He was trying to attack the fact that when Timian Busa Akufo said, I don't know where me deputy minister and brother win see 8 theaters now. So that's what he's coming from. He's not coming from Mark's credit CV. No, he dare not touch that thing.
No.
And so that's nothing.
What has he done? Emphatic statements.
No, what has he done?
Now why we are mouse position so to me question.
Yes, that's a political talk. That's fine.
You answer him say Mark on your minister, his personal credentials and a man in yasa opportunity of a survey as deputy minister.
And how a diversion. Me person be boss because see your boss one when yayin. Some can for me emotional. He's acting. He wanted us to act like how Usu Bempa, how when a guy went acted when we say they should fix their country and they got pissed, but we won't do that. We are intelligent than them. This is what we'll do. Honorable Samson, hi, how are you doing? My name is Nanayam. There's an artist in your constituency called Sinam Music. He's very talented. You haven't done anything for him.
Go and support him.
As a matter of fact, he even organized boys to help build the Ningo Prampram, a certain bridge in your constituency, which I'm sure you are aware of. You haven't done anything about it. Let me give you a little education, Sam George. Listen, we know that you have the power to lobby for us to overtake certain decisions that has been taken against creative arts people in Ghana. If you put away your party card, if you put away your partisan and all your nepotism and your bureaucracy that you want to do, and you say you want to also contribute in solving the creative arts problem, because one day your son, your daughter can become a magician, an artist, a painter, and he or she will also face what we are facing right now. If you are not in there, Sam, or you get what I'm trying to say? So we will not go on a Okreku tangent with you. We won't do that. We want you to create the enabling environment as a member of parliament for us, even if not for the whole country, for your constituency, because there are a lot of young guys who are very, very talented and you are not doing anything about it. You want to play the party card? Your fellow colleague, Ablakwa, recently brought 2 young amazing talents onto the 3 Music Awards stage. That is his form of contributing, not playing the party card. You want to play a party card? Just the same Ablakwa organized a certain forum where people like George Brayton, Sadiq Abdullah Abu went to speak to young guys about royalties, the copyright system, understanding trademarking. That is how you contribute. That is how you can help fix the system, because you see, the system needs education, and you can create the platform for people to come and educate the people in your constituency. Sam, you are failing your people as an MP if you don't contribute to the creative arts industry as a whole, not as an NDC MP, but as an MP for Ghana. Put Ghana first, and everything will fall in place. God bless you. I know you are my friend. You will do the work what you have to do. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Liam. Thank you so much.
Oh, good.
Thank you so much.
Okay. That's a sermon from Nane Aredu.
State of the Nation.
State of the Nation address. So, you know, some celebrities have reacted to it. I'll read just Wallace's comment. I think it's in line with what Nane said. It reads, "There are hypocrites in every discipline. What about those who didn't follow any party, which is a larger portion of that very discipline? The point is to make amends to the laws governing this very discipline. You don't pick the ones you want to play politics and use that to justify your irresponsible behavior. They can be whatever they want. Work for the people, not those you detest. How many of you politicians are hypocrites? Hashtag facts. Do your job. Who is making them hypocrites? You. Because you assure them of money and positions. You want them to do whatever it is you are here complaining about because it will help you win. So shut up about it and stop blaming them for helping you win your elections. If they were well-to-do, they wouldn't be hypocrites. Facts. I detest your slight diversion of focus. All the questions thrown to you. It's disgusting and cowardly, unattractive." And that's Wallace, one of the talented musicians that we have in Ghana. We'll take a break. When we return, we'll talk about the aroma. Shatawale, DJ Swish, Kwame Yeboah, one of my favorite instrumentalists, and Sarkodie winning some awards there. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Nani Aredu is with OnePlayAfrica.com. Vida Boatin is a columnist, and they are helping me with this discussion. I am Abrantepa. Next is the International Reggae World Music Awards, and it was established in 1982 to acknowledge and honor the accomplishments and contributions of reggae and world music artists, including songwriters, performers, promoters, and musicians. The 39th edition came off on May 16, and winners of 31 categories were announced. Ghana was ably represented. We had the Ghanaian quartet Shatawale, Sarkodie, Kwame Yeboah, and DJ Swish winning awards. So Shatawale won with the Best Virtual Entertainer of the Year. He beat Agent Sasko, Beanie Man, and Bounty Killer, Bojo Bantin, and Sarkodie also won the Best Virtual Showcase or Concert with his Black Love Virtual Concert. Again, Beanie Man and Beanie Man versus Bounty battle, they were there. They had the Rebel Salute, Reggae Sunfest, they were also there. Team DJ, disc jockey, DJ Swiss, also won the Best Young Entertainer. Best Instrumentalist went to Kwame Yeboah, our own Kwame Yeboah, plays for the Osibisa band. He's worked with Kodentri. He's a fantastic instrumentalist. He beat some Jamaicans in there, the likes of Bongo Herman and Dean Fraser. So let's see what Nanea will say about this victory. Nana? 4 out of 5.
I think it's a good it's a good one. We have been bashing for some time that, especially when the Grammy conversation came up, a lot of Ghanaians saying Grammy, artists no then call Grammy. Now they are winning, and you see the sad part is this is not the first time they've won such an award. Especially for Shatta Wale, I think he's won a couple of times. You know, it's a good thing. We hope that it encourages them to do more. I'm particularly happy for DJ. What's his name?
DJ Swiss.
Yes. Because she's the point of source to a lot of young people right now. You know, and also encouraging mothers and or parents who have kids with special talent at home. So it's beautiful to see her win, and I wish her all the best. Mama Council, wish everybody all the best. I hope that next year we have more nominations for more artists in there and more wins for Ghana, because once they win, every Ghanaian artist has won. So yeah, it's a good thing. Fans know this is what we need from them. This is the support that we need. You see, when the fans come out to fight amongst themselves, it gives people like Owusu Bempa and Sam George topics to talk about as diversion. No, it's the truth, bro. It gives them something to say. You know? Say together, we are hypocrites. You know what I'm trying to say? Whether you are an SM fan, you are a Bean fan, you are happy for Shatta Wale, it's beautiful. Whether you are a Money fan, you are a SAC native, you are happy for SAC. It's nice. Everybody's shouting out the little girl for winning. These are things that we need to do. You see, we need to push the positive agenda more than the negative ones, because when the positive ones are more, these politicians will know that now we are together. So when they try, we will break them. You get what I'm trying to say? And also, when these stars travel and they check them out, they won't get a lot of negative stories about them to ask them to dilute all their hard work that they are doing when they go overseas. So it's a good win. We hope that next year we get more.
Right now.
Yeah, Brantipa, they've always said the media is not pushing the Ghanaian arts. So I'm asking this time, what did the media do right? Their Kokowini Awards. Sarkodie won Best Virtual Showcase / Concert of the Year. And Shatta is Virtual Entertainer of the Year. I mean, Shatta who the distinction between...
It's like best event, and then best like maybe a performance.
Because SAC is for the concert.
Yes, and Shatta is the performer.
Yeah.
Maybe that's how it meant.
Yeah.
Whoa. Because I was like, well, maybe next time I'm more category definitions.
Can be nice.
Yes.
But the performance may not be.
But what makes the concert nice?
Oh,
the
performance. Staging,
the lighting,
all those things, the sound.
Was when he did the opening.
Yeah, that alone can make him with the best concert without having great performances.
Oh yeah, telling
what are you guys saying?
It's
what goes into
so when somebody
the
descends from the sky, you can read concerts of
you know, let me give you an example. This South African artist, Noves, Casper Noves.
Yeah.
When he descended from the top at one of his concerts in South Africa, right? They crowned him because it's an innovation. Like that time, who will come from sky? To the extent that Kanye West even had to do a replica.
Because this alone can make you read awards. Like how you or more people saying.
No, it's what goes into
the event.
Well, I just quizzed. Say, well, I did not mean Shatta Hunsun, so yeah, I didn't the distinction between these two. I think it's Shatta. But performance is not a back it up a piano P free.
Yeah, I mean I get your point. You know, if the show near far, I think one is a subset of the other. The show can be nice, can be big, the idea and the execution. And the performance also.
Because my golden stool freeze, right?
And I can go sure.
Think you're born training was it?
That be any event.
Training again, a comfortable.
And so your boss
anyway, so I'm surprised to say Stonebwoy didn't win anything. I mean, with Anloga Junction, and this is like international reggae and world music awards. On to me, we need awards at any better award scheme to say we. I mean, any demo. I'm surprised Anloga Junction didn't pull through. Shatta won over Obi to say Binima and Buju Banton, so it's a big win. Kwame Yeboah, I mean, you cannot take it away from him. He's a fantastic guy. Now, say me to me, giving.
Sorry, did I say that I'm the PR agent for Kwame Yeboah? I didn't say.
You didn't say.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Give us a card.
Shit! Then let me say it.
Say it.
Okay, so Nana Yarudu is the official PR agent for Kwame Yeboah and then here bear your band. Thank you.
That's right.
Yes.
Can I go on? So you more Kwame Yeboah the instruments and if it's easy for my.
Oh, so
anyway.
First one. Magic na yeah.
Oh, I was there.
You saw the first Rapaholic.
Yes, I was there.
So it was.
So if I am to give reason why I feel say AB and Stonebwoy and Timmy and Boy Rema, I think it is the Putu no the buy na as a say album sales because the Angola Junction was doing fantastic and a Putu ni buy. So I'm not surprised a celebration was it an anniversary of the album. I'm not surprised it's doing that because I think the Putu even though I jammed to it a disruptive sales and the projection of the good songs on the album. So kudos to all of them. But with DJ Switch. Meaning, is it the content she puts on social media and I'm an winning award because me who say be our boy any major show because I say the ansani a day in Afra say no be the amunkana in my man say in to if not the I mean she's a fantastic little girl me a penevim no in ye obiano timidity back in that light, a very reserved, be a little girl, shall corner baby, but I don't know how much training a year or exposing camera talents and so on. But they should let us know, is it the post she puts on social media? Because I didn't see her do any tour. Me who say major events be wabo and kudos to all of them.
Okay. And that's how we end the show. In fact, Kwame Yeboah has a song that I like, official Kwabna Manifest. It's a dance here. It's a very nice song, fantastic song. I remember way back when I was doing radio, I was playing the song every day. At the party, but
Kwame also produced Manifest Bisakede.
Yeah.
So okay.
Oh,
so I mean, we released the first band music in recent times.
It's true.
Can be count.
It's true. I mean, Kwame is the only Ghanaian artist who plays with the very best and plays for the Queen in England. He's the only Ghanaian instrumentalist who has played and produced for major hits from Papa Jansen, the Dr. Glow Jesus, Tego Sister, Charlie. I mean, these are
size one. The size is Stephanie Benson.
You see, there's one thing about Kwame that he says every time. He says that until we recognize the people that hold the pillars, we will always suffer in building the building. There are a lot of people like him who are holding the pillars of Ghanaian music, but we are not talking about them. And to say we recognize them. What am I saying?
You should see him play or boss out things or the Nakumena. But I watched his performance with Kodwenchi on one of the 24th shows. I think it was La Palma, Charlie.
I think he's not been celebrated enough. Celebrating
all right, thank you. That's how we end this episode of Bloggers Forum. Nania Redu is with OnePlayAfrica.com. Vida Dutumabuatin is a columnist. We're celebrating our 22nd anniversary. Hashtag GhanaWeb22. The theme is GhanaWeb then, now, later. Let's help fight road accidents. We want to reduce the rate of accidents on our roads. And then you film and then you send to us newswires@ghanaweb.com, email newswires@ghanaweb.com, and let's get interactive on social media. It's at the GhanaWeb, And remember, do the right thing, save a life. If you are driving, fasten your seatbelt. You see, we shouldn't say if when you drink, don't drive. They say when you drink alcohol, don't drive. Because you are drinking water. Thank you for watching. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
This latest rubber down, that is what we use in handling casualties. We use this one in handling casualties. Reason being, we don't want any body fluid like blood, vomiters, sweat, and other things to contaminate you. We know what is in the world now. COVID is there, hepatitis B is there, and other diseases. We don't want to contaminate any person by killing ourselves. So we wear this one under before this one, and this gloves is used in handling tools. But we cannot use that same on the human being. When we remove that one, this one is there for us to do the handling of the casualty. So this one first. Okay. Then we also wear this one also.
Okay, so this is me trying to draw a coconut tree. I don't know what this looks like, but I tried doing this with a brush and with my mouth, and trust me, this was one of the most difficult tasks I've been asked to do in my life. And yet somewhere here in Winneba, a very talented man is doing this with so much class and with ease. His story is jaw-dropping, and in a little bit we will get it all started. I'm Wandami Hagan, and it's always a pleasure having you on the People and Places show here on GhanaWeb TV. Let's take a quick break, return, meet our guest, and get right into the conversation. Welcome aboard. Welcome back from the break. Thanks for your company. And so we are meeting our guest. He is the owner of some of these beautiful paintings you are seeing. His name is Joel Echampong. Joel is a mouth painter and he's amazing at what he does. He, however, didn't choose to paint with his mouth. He's doing this because he is quadriplegic, which means that he's unable to use all four of his limbs. It's the same. Thank you too for accepting us into your beautiful gallery to have a conversation with us. Intino, you perceive mouth painter no idea you gave to yourself. Okay. And no your branding. Joel the mouth painter.
And see who without the Joel for so when the mouth paint art I saw actually.
So how was growing up for you like? How was life like?
My parents, they told me when I was a child, my son, I said, me yare kakra.
Okay.
I said, I want to na fever. I said, I don't home for. Look at the near if I don't call Papa or 21 do one. Yeah, one do not on one marriage.
Herbal doctor and as a pharmacy.
I'm going to dust or the caneno. That's of whom to one crop panny. See, woman to call now or mamma do not sound panny. It's a panny in the mono. That time on my emblem of my emblem. Meant to me, I'm a back and I'm a strange again.
I say it's a year west after Paniana and Senna out here. And
I'm a emblem. Other man, young or didn't you? You don't cost but don't call for a barrels for Omia.
Now we see and now we dear him.
Some of them were bad, be about 7 years or 6 years more.
Oh wow. So how did your parents take it? I'm sure you didn't know what was happening because you were a little young.
When you have me feel, I say, come to me, I'm fun out, say, sa doctor no ana do on panye no e free no but they won't call we be so one they won't come say call me panye na panye na mentimi anya wodi bi sa no mo kama.
Wow. So it means till now you don't really know what caused your problem.
But I think me na say ana say additional kakra ni dem komate free and for I say they polio.
Oh. So what is it like? Untimi fa wonsa enye ejuma na say onai no.
What that one tia hodi bi say bi ya wo sa dim. Say unya hodi bi de mi ade no. I want to say.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
so at what point did painting come into the picture? The Bena who say me what talent way and I can paint.
Then I'm son, I'm your brother with me. They mean go school. So I'm about 5 years.
Oh, one go school.
5 years, you know. I'm going to get kindergarten. So I'm going to call my pan, you know. If you want to go school, you. If they do baby, no. Now I'm trying to go. Me, I'm go school back. Tomo drums me to me. Me, I'm 9.
Okay. And I will yeah.
Boys.
It's also a him.
It's also me son.
Okay.
6 boys, not 3 girls. And the girls in about 1 film. They are cat 8. It's me now be 19 more air corner. You say, between drunk a crowd fine.
I would the one na.
I'm in the mensa. But Obi was soon a clear beer. I didn't be flat to comment to me, Yana can say. You know, I'm in go school.
I see. See, at which point did you go to school?
Maybe 23 more, 22 more. No, and the menya down 4 Christian brother. But the check. So I had my culture center for myself.
Okay.
So one for your artists.
Okay.
The man I walk out and said, you will do one more yard there. One day, no best family. Not always will be with me. To whom in what Kai said, hey, I branch one hour at arts, you know. But I say,
and this was where?
I will be close in China.
Okay.
I remember free quad so you will be quad so. But I can see him. My flew back, my close in China.
Ashanti region.
Ashanti region.
Okay.
I didn't say no. I don't catch him say, nah, Miss Yemi can't want mempe. I go, the menu will be a match. My friend was at the co school. What other than me co school at my kind? This story channel. Some men are made me come in. Or can't any of them co school young couple boy. I will say, school, they say, my pound.
There was a winning too much.
My pound class. It's your boy, my miniature picture. And they cheat them kind of school, my cop. There's never been school.
What convinced you to finally go to school?
I'm a good come actually, I'm a number 4. I'm not going to say, I speak in my quiet. Let me not make a let me not meet me. You may be a Miss Oman school. It's a dear part of me. Tell I came in here.
Okay.
Met me few quad there.
What the
big school to bear me.
Okay.
Now, woman crab, no, we are almost art or more about my change. Only now to school more. The school town of me now, not come and qua. Or mamma called school more. I tell mistress and said, but then best school. And I had mistress and I said, sigh. Either other. Enter me diablo. But I said, as I'm sorry, I draw myself. I draw
essays near there.
See, I'm me drawing. So without any midnight say, I'm midnight from 2.
Wow.
No, without that, because school we say. Mom said, we just school, we call I kid. So we can't know what's it. Not will be our week fetch. Over now from 2. I don't know what come walk. You must have quiet then. Now I find out over. Okay, let me call. Did I try it? Me try it, I don't know. A man can't let me call from one. Because the much from one phone to come to me. To hit me,
oh yeah,
dear. To hit me, no, can't let me call. One time, question said, I'm many cumulative record.
Yeah.
The basa, the bad thing. The men caught P4.
Oh, okay.
I mean, P4 to party.
Oh, God.
I never caught. What I'm called P5 something.
A bedding.
P5 party.
At 24.
Can I make me age in a casa? Rana baby, I'm so much I'm here. Long as I has a mini community record and never at it, what you mean is that. What I'm going to crisis.
Okay.
The crisis is there. Then we feel 1 hour back. Yes. The one I'm share school as
okay.
From classes. And I come up a Panama here. Brother, no.
School way.
I am material school.
I will come and were you the oldest person in your class?
Yes, at that time.
And how was that like?
No, because I'm almost to go now. I am in class. From KG to SS.
Yeah.
I am in class for. And I'm art family. If you move one there, but man, I'm arguing. Let me only say a part of life. So that man, father, more Yemen, and I'll become with young crab and find yourself. I'm so respected.
Okay.
And see, we go down classes. The classes more no, I'm a them in sack. And I drop. I go on using both hands. And I drop. So, me drop fast. You see, I'm a pen as well flat of them. To what you mention, they are, and you know,
because the toy and our
if you cry, you don't know. If I'm one time left out of another phone. Primary, then Madame on your time, mammy. The years as nice as a competition, I can say. The teacher need trouble, so now children a cheat. Go back to every, you know. Now you have a paper. Here, trouble in any papers are.
Okay.
Now there's school to come chai. Quite time to come into me yet. You see, I say stop work.
Stop work, yeah. Now won't do, baby.
Mintiming call and no one call. And all the ones you know, say, yeah. Or maybe you cry, and ask my bomb, but I'm a boy.
Nay, will challenge.
I'm challenging myself.
Yeah. So we took a quick break from that conversation with Joel, and we want to just interact with his student, one of his students. And this artwork in my hand was drawn by him. It's beautiful, isn't it? Let's talk to the owner of this painting. Pacho, what's your name?
Ruben Asante.
Ruben Asante. Okay. So, what is this we are seeing? What's the interpretation you give to this artwork? It looks like a tree.
Yeah, it's a tree.
Okay.
It's a tree on a bare land.
Okay.
And it's a tree on a bare land with leaves. You can see the leaves and the
grass.
Yeah, the grass is there.
Okay. So what inspired this? What made you draw it?
Okay. Let me say, like, MFE, and even the background, the skies, and how the tree was. I liked it, and that made me to do this, so that even my master even encouraged me to do this, because how the tree was is like a Juma, and I did a Juma,
so it's difficult to do. How
this.
long did this take you to draw, to paint? 1 week.
Yeah.
Oh, why are they? You've done really well, and it's a beautiful painting.
Oh, thank you.
And so, why art? I mean, what brought you to join Joel in his shop?
Okay, I said we were in class, and a guy came in. He was like, he asked this man who paints with his mouth. And no class, the class was.
Wait, which class? You're in school?
No, SHS. I completed SHS.
Okay.
So Okas, and we insulted him.
He said what?
He said, Papa be the Nanuya art. And we're like, I don't know, I said, Nipa the Nanuya art. Until we assistant, we're challenging him. So he took a phone and said, Joe Champo on Facebook. And it was true. His first work I saw was Despite. No, Paradixon,
yeah.
So we're like, no, it's not true. So I said, I want to see who this man was. So one day I was in the house and I was talking to my father about this man. And he said, then let's come here to meet him, whether you allow me to come and be a student. So we came here one day and we talked to Mr. Joe and everything was set in house.
So your father brought you here?
My father brought me here.
Okay.
And I'm now a student of Mr. Joe.
But when you came here, were you still in school?
No, I completed school last year.
Which course were you doing?
I was a visual student.
Okay, so you completed last year, but you came here when?
That was last year, November.
Okay, so you came after you completed?
After I completed, yes.
Okay, and how has it been so far? Being taught by someone who uses his mouth to paint?
I never dreamt of becoming an artist.
Okay.
My dream was to become an actor, but acting na banu kwande SME. Acting na banu kwande SME. So I'm now an artist.
That's nice. And how is it going? Are you enjoying yourself?
I'm proud to be an artist and I'm proud to be Mr. Joe's student.
That's nice. That's nice. So, do you paint with your hand or you do the mouth painting?
I paint with my mouth.
Your hand?
With my hands.
You paint with your hand?
I can't learn with my mouth.
Have you ever tried it?
I've been trying, but
you haven't gotten there yet.
I can't.
So then it makes you. How does that make you feel like about him? Does it make you appreciate him more because you realize?
Always I appreciate him because how can someone paint with his mouth like
It's unbelievable, man.
Serious.
I see. So what do you aspire to be? Now you're a student, you're learning kakra. But from here, what is your next step? What do you plan to do after this?
For me, I wish to be here forever, but I have to go. I have to go so that I can also become someone like you.
So you're going to further your studies in art?
Yeah, he's now my role model. So surely I'll also be like him.
So you want to be an artist?
I want to be an artist, yeah. That's my dream now. So, and I pray to God it should be. I should be an artist like Mr. Joe Champo.
We pray that dream comes to pass.
It shall come.
Ruben, thanks for speaking with us.
Thank you.
All right, so that's it from Ruben. He's a student of Mr. Joel Ichampong, and he's doing fabulously well with his internship here. He says he wants to be an artist just like Joel Ichampong, and we pray and we hope that his aspirations come to pass. But let's go back to his boss and continue from where we left off.
At the school, or now, Madame, or had any papa. Or had any story in the IT. Or family said, or more or show my denumbia. And one day, you know, I said, you have been dropped. When I do, you know, and a bad break. The band all my books or arsenal. About 2 years, another man's they do mediation or one family.
Okay.
The MJB, am I wrong? What's the enemy? The one who be more than what I can.
Now it's a class, now it's
a channel. Let me say, be am I wrong? And be a young son of Mama. Until we know, sorry, not what I found it here. Sana I don't know. I don't know what they are. Got to watch that.
Then I'll draw it.
Now that you should be fat, science. I'll be on the hanky, a katana.
Okay.
Yeah, and see, and now we'll be
okay.
Say no ko chire the whole telephone na.
Wow, it was that impressive.
I had Mr. Zaka and say, I never felt me says Minka. Wakaja the one for me pa. So when I menya the amount of comachi.
Okay.
And I know the question of Manu said, me if you are Madame of Amania group you.
Okay.
If you are like I said.
Oh, what talent. From that drawing. Into what me JHS?
JHS.
Okay. And I'll call SHS. Wow. SHS school man I'll call.
Kumasi Dachek Pamso.
Okay. Now you're a day student.
Yes.
Now you're a day student. Now also, how was the experience? Because now we need to for baby.
Will be a not the same with school or no more. The one I'm a da. The other channel almost the one now was a the cry.
But and then what was the next step for you? That was
I wanted to end.
Okay. Until you SHS, no. When did the profession of art come into the picture?
Me SS me visual.
Visual art.
I'm the art I'm the
okay.
The Munoa na me ke say. Kame ko kame traso. I know English, you know, and yet I know my family.
Okay.
And see now my brother no. I don't tell one of Christian as a from home. So me now never want me. You be better, you know. Wanna watch them their canina.
Okay. So he basically is like your mentor. Okay. It's say or no way.
Or no Kumasi.
Right.
They may come any more come any more channel. On a summer Majuma, Quacha Center, Najuma. The one our summer baby, Anna. No. The Anopebia, men the cock, Namsan and Abasa.
I see.
Nano or Saint Clement, open set. Made the bar.
The Bena Ba Winnie Baha.
But it may buy more 2018.
2018. Inti. Oba Hano, how did you establish yourself?
Not me, a member of International Mouth and Foot, Getting Artists Association.
Okay.
Until about oh, I am a friend. One of our Cape Coast Mangwazi or vocational studio on them. When I am with opposite or young restaurants or highway and so. Sa me wanna me wo ha. Remember I know I look different. Also your artist. One from the arts where banam to me art no aba. Doing on I yeah to na. I'm saying that. Me ba.
Until now the bar winning bar. Okay. But in all you were saying, you know, now I say sometimes you were using your hands. Sometimes you were using both hands. Until at what point did you decide to use your mouth to paint?
Na mate will be a one not a draw. Yeah, American ni baby a fan of Johnny. The me among the mission. The me and mission Madia or the Amsa. See, we are best at Crano. And I made the bar one time.
I saw kids when I came around here. Wow, okay. Into worry how many years? And you know, usually physically challenged people, they are discriminated against. Into how easy was it for you to get married?
Easy. Easy cry. Then I say Africa, Casampuno. And you just say, "No, I do the brain the way you trim." But me and Casana me be a me no one bon asa. Me say any part different from na ko part different from the part.
Yeah.
The any part be can no. And they nyai da. But I go pa ka and e fa na.
Nti wana wo wa vim.
Nti na mo say then ya.
O yere no share no way.
Oh, ma say.
Okay.
I'm also a Christian sister.
Okay. Namukwa sorry boom.
Nti na also te Nyakopon ase. Nti du se Nyakopon tam so ye no. Anya den. And Nyakopon no akeka ne ma esi se nti me ma anya ho adwuma pi.
Okay.
Nyakopon no na ye adwuma ni nyina.
I see. Na ne family means where?
Then ni na problem probably. Ebia ono actually ono be kana asem. But omo no omo ye farmers.
Oh, okay.
And to so be disabled but to mabusua mu a. Na
You
okofa Hawaii there.
Okay. Okay. You have how many kids?
3.
You have 3 kids.
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen your talent in any of them yet? And almost is up.
Almost is up, but second one, no? Second one, I want to say. First one, don't know, Mrs. Tabako.
Okay.
But on our child or baby. Boy, I want to know.
Oh.
No, we did that in there.
Obana,
Oba, look at on one in Zanya, or then say, when you're bound, so not that pen accident.
I see, so she's been studying you. That's beautiful. Okay, but over pese or money be benya professional artist na bibisa. So that she be sebia nyame edu sie bebia. Obesi one name.
Yes.
Do people patronize your painting?
Yes. Amount for ba. If you want to share the omo ba se nyama omo. Because one of the maya yen fa. Na omato.
Okay. We want to take a little break and just see you do what you do best whilst we talk to your wife for her to also share her experiences.
Okay.
So we'll see you do a little bit of your art with your mouth. But can you just let us know what you would be painting?
Okay. Now we have a month of Mother's Day. So I can draw a mother and child.
That's a great concept.
A mother carried the baby at her back.
Okay. A mother and a child.
Yeah.
That's a drawing, that's a painting you and I would want to see, and we would want to see exactly how he does it. So stay with us while we take this quick break, and we'll be right back to continue with the conversation. This is still People and Places.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Thanks for staying with us on People and Places. We are at a different setting, but in the same shop. This is a mini supermarket, and the restaurant is behind me. We're speaking to the wife of Joel A. Champong. Her name is Ruth Umalai.
Yeah.
I got it right. It's saying
Radiado. Mehoye.
Yedenyamiase. Iti Joel, one natina in Fiahin.
Yeah, worry about 5 years.
And how was it like when he came to ask for your hand in marriage?
Oh, no, easy, sir. I said, oh, they can cancel rather than so woman. Ama, I need then. Because not yet minimum rather. Until Ama, I need them.
So, what went through your mind when he came forward to propose to you?
And I never brain, and of course, but brain, you know, me fana, my head here rather a pemame. Because the nipper any share. Say the tronic, I was a nipper from the name maybe, and to me, young go from the BBI home of the OGD. And see, and I'm some year Christian, the D kind, making kind assembly, a watch room Paul, and then Adrianoma, almost in a quantity man uncle, na o pese obako say Christo dono e shame enti Christo dana e shame no say the Bible say the opaso yanko yama no yesama ofoforo enti me de me hu share brother Joe tibia nimu enti me hu say samia enka mepe and so enti me de me hu share mu e pese me na from but rather boy.
Nice. So how did your family accept it?
Oh, me mama any je. Me mama any je ho. Say dey na odi kan no. O say Nyankopon e print baby so be ani anu yi. Me hu jo wo say me war na me nim no.
Okay.
Na me hia ne da. E na me hu no eni so ade hu. Say ukunu nie.
Okay.
Enti me hu say Nyankopon aye adwuma na wi. Say dru me father mo ani mo no. E say omo ni anu yi omo nyanka. Papa de okan no obenyanka entesa but woni anu ye bia
because that's what and no na we reach
to be antime sifa that's me manu who say de mani gie no dem pass me ye no
beautiful. Inti, how is living with Joel like?
When Joel was sitting no Joel you be a obo no ho modern bebre inti apart from ono ankasa no environment no na eye ohaw kakra baby ayete ene obi a onya wheelchair sam na yi no na prepi ya na eye problem but eba no ono ankasa dia yankopon adom boyen
inti o say mo Matthew
mpacho
ye fe o mo say
penine de asantoa
okay
the otoso de Margaret amase wa champon the otoso John Mark insia champon
okay omo ho so ye fe pa so how do you manage to keep them e kwan ben so na wo fa e de show mo mum nkayade a mu ben yanka mbe hu se me ya busy a no papa ti me show mo ba ko sinanim ba ko sinachi na odo mu chi ni enti ono so e na mu di agro na ade na ye boy ho moden se ebe asetena no ebe ye nti yankopon boy yen. Oh, I admire you for all of this. You are doing a good job at motherhood also.
Thank you.
Na restaurants no and also the supporting na
a shop no ebe di na nsem na say art no obi ba ha nuane sam na ade nti adwen ho say ye da aduane be ka ho nti me pe obi afa na obi ba ka me ho a nti ye kunkunte banku jollof plain rice aduane bia
so far business say na etie how is business so far
na aha say no empempi aha na yedin chese obi twam na ebia esukomo de na na asokomo de na waye yi ba ye say aha yedin mum nti
mo shenya
ye head here rather by ye
that's so only a stream
that's
so that's a bit of a chit chat with Joel's wife. Let's get back to the conversation with Joel and see how his painting is coming up. So this looks like a silhouette of a woman carrying a baby. And carrying a pot.
You never see our mothers carry us at their backs. The same thing carry the things.
Carrying things on their head.
Yes.
Wow. Just wow. And he did this, I mean, you saw the whole process with his mouth. He painted, I mean, I can't do this with both my hands to save my life, but he's been doing this with both his hands, and you see the outcome. He's almost through, and this is an amazing artwork by Joel the painter. And so, yes, welcome back. We just spoke to his wife, Ruth, and you heard her side of the story. She's been very supportive, and of course, they're happily married. So let's just wrap up with Joel here. Joel, how many of these paintings do you do in a day?
It depends. It depends on the picture. Sometimes.
Depends on what you are painting. Okay.
Yeah, I can do maybe five a day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So this is relatively easier.
Yes.
Compared to the face portrait. Okay.
Scenes.
Okay. Okay, so how long does it take to do a portrait? Say if you were to paint me, how long will it take for you to finish that artwork?
It will take maybe 1 month or 3 weeks.
1 month or 3 weeks?
Yes.
Wow, then it means it takes a lot.
It takes time.
Okay.
But not sometimes I can take some maybe 3 weeks, 2 weeks. 2 weeks, 3 weeks to complete.
Okay. Okay. And I see Akufo-Addo's painting. I see the late former President Rawlings. I see the First Lady Rebecca, and so many other, known faces here. Have you tried, or have you met any of these people to give them these paintings?
No.
Not yet. Okay. But so what inspires some of these paintings? Why do you paint them?
Oh. The good I think only the me. Bible says in so Kenya, in so Kenya man check good was it. Is Kenya Jaso. Now at some will be I day. The me in I was it, and for the way they come.
Okay.
Jimmy said the way that in Piano. Which make me a choir, but we're home.
Okay.
Now, we don't know back. They must meet me a day.
Okay.
I bought one abwa or minor. Meaning that I'm more over to be the abwa.
No more than abwa.
They are queen.
Okay.
And you're all warming quack or warmia. I'm glad the battle in this year. In I did bit me the abwa before.
Okay.
Now I should be moon crying. See before. Now hopefully be at the
okay.
And so we can do it. I read to say. If I find them there, I'm home. We'll be in the way.
Okay, and what steps are you taking towards achieving that? Because I was saying, utu anamo, and sana ubibe hu akacho mo say, oh, this man is doing this. In today, ni day sana, oya ache outsiders. What are you doing to show your work out?
Yeah, instead of my media for Yaba TV, so on a Facebook, then and I'm the to whatever.
Paintings now, ever hanum nana. Why na unya yanka, wishiano, so that you can give him or her their painting? Because I'm a dozen. Uyi back way from moi. Point pa na ubeka say minyaya nkamishiano.
Okay. Ene ka omanpeni na ka yama.
Omanpeni na na do dankwa. Akufo-Addo, okay.
Onye wana nkona maya ai former president Mahama.
Okay.
Mayo samen no wasunya na maye. Aha ti.
Okay. Are you training anyone?
Yes.
Okay. Who are your students?
No, I have 2.
You have 2?
Yeah, one is here.
Okay.
Other one is in school.
Oh, okay.
Okay, now, maybe you know. When they're just to show the people how I go about the way I'm painting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And this is a mother carrying a baby.
Yes.
You said it is in light of the Mother's Day celebration.
Let me light something. Happy Mother's Day.
So this is to all our beautiful women out there. Joel is celebrating, I mean Mother's Day is gone, but we are still in the month of May, so it's your month. And this portrait is dedicated to all mothers out there and fathers who are acting as mothers as well. So those who you said, you mentioned that people come and buy your paintings, right? What kind of people buy your paintings? Why most order from you?
Number 5 people, the foreigners. Almost talk no more sense.
Almost saying Ghanaian. Oh, okay. And Omoya de who say we now here.
Oh, everyone will come. Is that I say no? Everyone mark.
Oh, now we okay.
But this is all mark. Open our country. So when I'm going to say, you have to me painting that US ambassador.
I better painting that. Oh wow. What painting was that?
Yes, landscape.
Okay. Former US ambassador.
No, the current.
The lady.
Yes, the lady.
Stephanie.
Stephanie. Yes.
Oh, okay. That's really impressive.
Her husband is my friend. Through that, they have become my friends.
Oh, I see. That's beautiful. And then technology about into social media now for their adverts and their idea. Who will be a obwa or sell it on Yama because it's me trap picture in the internet. So for people say, oh, say na me nice na omaba abeto. Do you have social media pages where you sell what you do, or do you have someone to help you do that?
No, me and I am here. Yeah, be a Facebook. Maybe so me have a phone.
Okay.
There be a my creativity, disability is in their mind.
Okay.
And look how my ways.
The name of the page is disability is in the mind. Okay.
Disability, me fans say disability. I just said, do anything. I dream move. But I dream no, I say I be behind it. I couldn't be here. But I dream here, you man kwana say one line or one say no. See be I dream idea. And see, I dream bit my entity. Who say disability? No, you know the rare disability. No, the rare disability in the mind.
It's a mindset thing.
So one more or your food, all right, but with disability. With me caught and table road way be but I dream in your juma. But in fact, now I dream in being from one or so disability. So, and the I'm there, you know. The page, you know.
Into Facebook and Kwana was
so back where and Instagram, so yeah,
Instagram would be a thing, so that's
Joel Champon
on Instagram. Okay, so let's do well to find him on Instagram and on Facebook. But before Obekono, Nkofo Bebre Woha, Omoye physically challenged, they have difficulties overcoming that and doing something good and profitable like you are doing with their lives. Then, Futo Ben now the more.
Okay, my advice. I wish to a warrior said, any kind of one casa war situation, own also the kind of show home crying. Quite open food, yeah. Now I got a one year over flat, you piano where me. They would food their pan in piano. And the older you are doing show me say me person me say ya. And I'll bring your own pie coupon faso. Now Oma will be a boy and I will be on what your point. What fast it's your set. Me you have disability for this cat in I show own plan say upon all the problem you are facing, the bit may be at the boy at home at the boy at 4 floor. Me booming one bone fear. Come to me for my numpo and yet exercise on me there. I'm offering in a training woman. But I'm in a point I training on me there. I'm thinking about not a draw. I found a draw.
Okay.
Maybe
so you're just urging everybody who may find themselves in these situations to use their brains instead of focusing on their challenges. What do you need to be able to progress in what you're doing?
This kind of when you come back that the boy me who me are or boy me my cool school JSS SS and then the Kenya with a Nante Water Center. Why be on you? But I'm one of the nothing heavy. It's all I have where I will be there. At least never seen next year. Next year, no swan. I said, the way will me them. And I said, me trouble. I'm back. And I'm the teacher. I'm back on TV here. Tell me, never be up. That's not diamond. Me gallery. I'm saying, I'm to be a castle. So the artist was not to call her baby. Go home, got a one sketching. Young near my castle, and your man, I put my eye, say, your picky be never draw. Which means a damn quasa. And Nancy will not reach a so. And I can't be to me fat. In your car. Oh, fat I see crying upon what we're going to so we pitch out, and there are too many, aha. The United challenges, yeah. It's a wow, now they are. It's not going to be opposite, or it could be a. Okay. Now, yes, I just say a month for the back. Now, I'm about to be a man, actually inclined.
Every here.
Now, I hope for us to be home. I thought we all can't me too before. What to make of that now, probably can't cry and more than when ya. Or say a boy in your name. The other can say, yeah, was a bata almost so. Woman that's all sorts of and that's almost all hey. Now I show one crying. Now I took the effort.
So this is talent. Joel says he has the talent. He's decided not to sit idle and beg like some others are doing, but he's decided to put it to use. He's doing beautiful works and he's only asking that we support him to move ahead and do better. So before we wrap up, let's just see some of the works he has in his gallery, and there are a number of them. But always me taking around and just show us some of the things you have.
A portrait of past president
Dr. Mahmoud.
Dr. Mahmoud, yeah.
And this was drawn when?
This year.
Okay. I see, is this his wife?
His wife.
Samira?
Samira.
Okay.
This one, promotion of free SSS.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
They say a buyer. It's a one another that man on said.
Okay.
The former president,
Mr. Draman. Okay. When so we another way?
We there 5 years.
Oh, I see.
I check.
I see. That time no government more.
But there's a mother and child. The dog don't know how to do it. Life is how you make it.
That's the meaning of this artwork. Oh, okay. What inspired it?
Yes. Me now I say, I say Ablabono. dấu ba bon anh hoa nào vậy đấy ôi anh hoa này ập là bao bộ thì nó ở xa cái xe ở baby đi
hustle
yes thì anh ấy thì so đó bọn tụi bia ô thoa đều bởi ba có phần ô bia như họ à tôi anh chạy tới sai vô quần vô quần chia
okay
dom ana sai
so these are the beautiful works.
Yeah.
Many more to come if he gets the chance to do more. And if you and I patronize his art, then those are his signatures under his work. So thank you very much, Joel, for sharing your story with the rest of the world. I'm sure people are watching and they will come here to buy some more from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So this is a one-stop shop. You've heard him. Whilst you are admiring the beautiful works he's done and displayed here in his gallery, his wife, Ruth, would serve you with some delicious meal from her restaurant, all from the same shop. So do visit sometime. His social media handles are on the screen, and that will be all for this edition of People and Places. We came to Winneba and we brought you the story of Joel, a champon. We are grateful for keeping us company. Until we see you next time with a different, unique and interesting story. This is People and Places, and I am Wanda Abihega.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Chief Justice, Justices of the Superior Court of Judicature, Attorney General, members of the General Legal Council, President and members of the Ghana Bar Association, Acting Director of the Ghana School of Law, management, staff, and students of the Ghana School of Law, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen. 16th March 2016, the occasion being the 57th Students' Representative Council Law Week celebration, was the last time I was at an event associated with the Ghana School of Law. I came in my capacity as the twice defeated presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party. Today, by the grace of God and the generosity of the Ghanaian people, I'm here in a different capacity, President of the Republic. In fact, a two-term President of the Republic. As they say in Pidgin, levels don't change. And I'm delighted to be with you here today. I'm here for the important national assignment of cutting the sword for the commencement of work on the construction of a 4-story academic block, i.e. phase 1 of the ultra-modern law village project of the Ghana School of Law. Being presently the nation's sole institution responsible for professional legal education and for training eligible persons as lawyers and integrating them into the legal system, I believe the project is long overdue, and I'm happy that it is under the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo that this project is finally seeing the light of day. In the 2020 manifesto of the ruling New Patriotic Party, one of the cardinal promises we made to the Ghanaian people was, and I quote, expand infrastructure to increase access to professional legal education, unquote. I've been reliably informed that some 1,000 students were admitted during the 2020-21 academic year, a development which led to the acting director and management of the school taking a cue from the double-track system initiated in our senior high schools to introduce a triple-track system. With the 2021-2022 academic year fast approaching, the school is again faced with limited and overstretched facilities, hence the added importance of this project. The entire Law Village project will cost some 55 million United States dollars, with phase 1 complementing the facilities of the Accra main campus located in Mokola at a cost of some $4 million. Once completed, the Law Village will boast of an additional seating capacity of 1,500 seats, a number of lecture halls, a well-resourced library, residential facilities, offices, amongst others. It is my expectation that the completion of the Law Village project will expand access to legal education without compromising on its quality, and ultimately assisting the administration of justice throughout the country. As many more lawyers are trained, it is my hope that indeed many more of them will join the public sector to enhance the quality of legal service delivery in the sector. I assure all of you that this project is the beginning of greater things to come for the Ghana School of Law. Government's commitment to leaving a lasting legacy in professional legal education in Ghana is absolute. I'm hopeful that once completed, we will reconvene at this venue by the grace of God to commission this project. And I promise, acting director of the school, that I will do my best to assist in the speedy conclusion of this project. Before I conclude, I would want, with your indulgence, to use the opportunity of this platform, so appropriate in so many ways, to comment on a current matter of considerable importance which has engaged the attention of the nation. It has to do with the battle against galamsey. I know there are some who believe that the ongoing exercise of ridding our water bodies and forest zones of harmful equipment and machinery is unlawful, and in some cases, harsh. I strongly disagree, and I would advise those who take a contrary view to go to court to vindicate their position if they so wish. That is what the rule of law is all about. I should know. The Ghana law reports of modern times are littered with cases in which my clients thought it necessary to challenge government action. In the majority of occasions, the courts upheld my contentions. In a few others, they did not. That is the rule of law, which does not recognize social status, religious persuasion, political affiliation, ethnic origins, or regional adherence. Merely the law and precedent, the ancient common law doctrine of stare decisis. The Minerals and Mining Act, 2006, Act 703, is the vehicle through which a mineral license is acquired and thus confers mineral rights on the holder. Any person who, without a valid license, conveys any equipment onto a piece of land purportedly to conduct activities for the search, reconnaissance, prospecting, exploration, or mining for a mineral commits grievous crimes against the state. Indeed, a person in possession of a valid license but undertakes mining in water bodies or mines unlawfully in protected forest zones also commits an illegality. Apart from the criminal violations of Act 703, the activities of such persons desecrate our environment, pollute our water bodies, and endanger the lives of present and future generations of Ghanaians. They are monumental crimes which should not be condoned in any shape or form. The presence of shangfines in water bodies is illegal, as is the unlawful use of excavators in protected forest zones. The devastation caused by these equipment is nothing short of evil, and we should not compromise in our efforts to protect our environment, forest reserves, and water bodies. I say with all the emphasis at my command that no rights can accrue to or flow from the criminal venture of galamsey. The equipment, which is being used for an illegal or criminal purpose, cannot confer on the owner or any other person any rights whatsoever. I appeal to all Ghanaians, including many in the opposition who are so doing, to rally behind government in its efforts to stamp out far-reaching illegality and criminality, rather than advocate for the protection of non-existent rights of persons caught in this evil activity. I swore an oath on 7th January to be faithful and true to the Republic of Ghana, and that is exactly what I'm doing in the fight against galamsey. And let me pause to pay tribute to the officers, men and women of the Ghana Armed Forces who have stepped forward to perform their patriotic duties in this exercise. They deserve the loud praise of the nation. In concluding, on behalf of the government and people of Ghana, I applaud the General Legal Counsel, lecturers, management and staff of the school for their hard work and relentless efforts in educating the future lawyers of our country. And to you, our law students, my message to you today is simple. Our work as lawyers matters because it affects profoundly the ordering of our state. You, the next generation of lawyers, have to remember that you owe a special duty to our society and nation, a duty of integrity and intellectual honesty to promote the advancement of a law-based state. That is the way forward for us in the 21st century, which I believe in all sincerity is going to be the Ghanaian century, the century that will see the transition of the Ghanaian people from poverty into prosperity within the framework of democratic institutions under the rule of law. My vision as President of the Republic remains unchanged, and that is to help fulfill the dreams of the noble founders of our nation who sought to build a free, united, prosperous, and happy Ghana on the basis of the principles of democratic accountability, respect for human rights, the rule of law, and the dictates of social justice. May God bless the Ghana School of Law and us all, and may God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
Library complex, 1,000 seat complex 4, Police administration block. Let's go back, come back. Session of the conference. Are you sure that you get Mr. President, please let it fix. Sorry, what you said? Incomplete. How it looks.
Today, the 26th of May, 2021, is going down as a great day in the annals of this noble and prestigious school. That is the Ghana School of Law. As you already know, we are gathered here to cut the sword for the commencement of work on the first phase, a 4-story academic block of the Law Village. After the attainment of independence, President Kwame Nkrumah, realizing the need for Ghanaian trained lawyers, established the Ghana School of Law to train interested professionals drawn countrywide. Over the years, the Ghana School of Law, under the leadership of the General Legal Council, has focused on the delivery of professional legal education, giving meaning to its vision and mandate. There has been an increase in the number of applicants and people interested in reading law, but unfortunately, there has not been any corresponding provision of infrastructure. The current facilities used at the Accra main campus was constructed for a limited number of 60 students. The limited infrastructure has been a serious challenge for years. It was, however, apparent when last year, 2,701 candidates who participated in the 2020 entrance examination, over 1,000 candidates were successful. The General Legal Council and management had to think outside the box and adopted a triple-track class system across all campuses to absorb the numbers. Conscious of the infrastructure challenges facing the Ghana School of Law, the General Legal Council approved the acquisition of this piece of land in 2009. The project, however, did not commence earlier as envisaged due to financial constraints. This shortcutting today by His Excellency the President is an important milestone in the quest to make legal education more accessible. This edifice will be of great help with regards to accessibility of professional legal education in our nation, and we fervently hope that this project will be completed before the commencement of the 2021-2022 academic year, which will commence in October this year. This will afford us the opportunity not only to train more lawyers, but also to do so in an environment befitting the status of the profession and dignity of our students. Credit must go to the members of the General Legal Council over the years, directors of legal education, the acting director hearing present, and the various management teams of the Ghana School of Law over the years who have in their diverse ways made this day a reality. Your Excellency, I wish to reiterate that the completion of this project will increase accessibility to legal education, and many LLB graduates will live their childhood dreams of being lawyers and basking in the prestige of the profession. Your Excellency, we know that this will not address the challenges legal education faces in Ghana completely, but we believe that this is an important step in that direction of consolidating the gains made and planning for the future of the school, the legal profession, and Ghana at large.
Before we do, let's rewind to see how this palm wine is tapped. Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. So guys, I'm on my way to Ebri. It was very sunny a few minutes ago. Just when I got to Medina, Adenta, look at the weather. It's drizzling now. Guys, please pray for me. Just pray that by the time I get there, it shouldn't be raining in Ebri, because it's always raining in Ebri. So yeah, let's go guys. Say hello to the man who is taking us to his farm. To his, it's a farm, right?
It's a farm.
It's a farm. Yeah. He's called Alata.
Alata, yeah.
Yeah, and he's very popular. This is his stand. So whenever you come to Ebri, why are you running away? So this is his stand. So anytime you want to get palm wine, come here. Say hello. So yeah, we are going to his farm, and he says the only way to his farm is through his motorbike. So I'm going to join him together with his son on the motorbike. So yeah, catch you guys when we get there. It's alright, it's raining, but Charlie, it has to happen. It's very exciting. So we are finally here, and guys, look, I spotted some oranges. This looks bad, but I think this is good. Oh yeah, today I'm going to go home with a lot of oranges, and I can see a lot of palm trees that are cut down here. This is one of them. This is how it looks like. That's a very long palm tree. You can see others here. There are quite a number of them. So this is how it looks like. And so we are going to be speaking to him, and he'll be going through with how things are done here, how palm wine, the popular palm wine, is achieved. So yeah, we are working.
We used to tap the palm wine that they drink at Accra. This is the original one from the tree.
Okay.
The original one from the tree. This one is not the Accra one. The Accra one is
it's diluted.
It's condo and other things. They used to do they make it artificial. Artificial sound. But this is the real from the original one from the tree, from the palm tree. So this is how we used to tap.
Okay.
This is the knife. We put the knife so that it will let it flow to produce. Because if you didn't tap it, it won't produce for the next day.
Wow.
So when we cut it like this, when we tap it like this, 2 times daily, morning and evening time. So when you cut it like this, if you check this, you will see if you look it well.
Yeah, you can see some
the
holes.
The holes.
Yeah.
It is coming small. That small passes through this hole. I think you see this hole.
Yeah, you have created the hole.
Yeah, I'm created the hole.
Okay.
With bamboo stick, bamboo pipe.
Okay.
You see?
Yeah.
So it will pass through this one, through that bamboo hole.
Yeah.
Then it leaks down to
the gallon.
The gallon. I think you see that it is dropping.
Yeah, you can see from under here.
You see?
Oh, okay.
That's how it will drop little till.
So the gallon is full.
Till the gallon will be full.
So how long?
It cannot be full now unless till tomorrow.
So like 8 hours maximum.
Let's say like 8 hours.
Wow.
Before it will full. So here, that's where we used to put the fire. I think you see.
Okay.
This is the fire.
So why do you put fire?
If you put fire, the fire, you know, there are some people, they are not using fire. Some are using chemical.
Okay.
And that chemical is very, very bad for health.
Okay.
You see?
Yeah.
So because they are lazy, they doesn't want to do hard work.
Hard work. Okay.
I think you see many. Maybe you can video this.
The firewood.
We call this in Ujateng.
Okay, that's the palm branches.
Palm branches.
Okay.
Then we set it fire. Then we used to fire it. So when it burn, it will hit this place. So the more this place they hit, the more
it produces.
It produces more.
Oh, wow.
Then again, it let it have a good taste. Different from the chemical own.
Oh, okay.
So this one will be sweet.
Oh, okay. That explains why the palm wine from Ebri is very, very sweet than other places.
You see? So it will let it sweet.
So Daddy, when you put the fire, when you light the fire here,
if you light the fire, if you light the fire here,
yes,
as they blow the fire, the more the fire
keeps burning,
and bring the flame, the fire flame, it will hit this place.
Okay. Because so for how long can the fire last for you to say, okay, do you leave the fire and then go back home?
We have many palm trees. You can't leave the fire. You will take it to another palm tree again to fire it. Let's say by 5 minutes time or 2 to 3 minutes time.
Okay.
2 to 3 minutes. Then you take the fire to another palm tree.
Oh, okay. Then you quench the fire.
No, you won't quench it.
You leave it.
You leave it so that you used to burn the other one. Because if you quench it, that means you are going to set it again with matches. So you take it to around the whole palm trees.
Oh, wow.
So that when you finish, before you quench it.
5 hours later.
So this is what he got for about 5 to 6 hours. This is original palm wine. I can't wait to taste it. So after 8 hours, do you get, what's the quantity you can get? What's the highest you can get?
Now,
yeah.
So because this one is getting to almost about 2 months. You know, say all the leaves have already got dry, so it's getting to an end. It's going to die.
So how long can you keep tapping till the plant dies?
3 months.
3 months. So you keep tapping every day for 3 months.
2 times daily.
2 times daily.
Had it been Or even there is new one. You see how I put this a big gallon, that white under that.
Yes.
That one used to full.
Oh, okay.
When it was new one, it used to full. Then all this one, some used to full, but this have been full and it's weaving over. It's getting it's getting old.
Yeah.
Daily, it's getting old daily. Then it used to reduce the quantity. The quantity, yeah.
Do you know personally? I actually thought like you get the palm wine from this part of the palm wine, the lower part. Yeah. These are the things that you will not see in the city. These are the things you will never see in the city. It's raining now, but I mean, it has to happen. So come on, let's go. We've gotten our fair share this afternoon. I'm going with Daddy to see the second one. This is interesting.
Here's how it looks like. You see foam. It's getting old. It's getting old. If that it is new, the foam will full. It will full inside. That's how if you put it. Check because
so can I taste it?
You can taste it. This thing will choke you.
Okay. So this is the foam produced out of the palm. It's sweet, Papa. Hey. So as you see, just as he said earlier on, this is the next palm tree.
We use a tappet knife.
Yeah, tappet knife.
We have special tappet knife for palm trees.
Oh, okay. It's locally made. Locally made.
If you use the original one from the market, it can't cut.
Oh, okay.
It can't cut because this one is a special one.
So then you light the fire. But because it's raining, when you light the fire, it will die.
It will die because of the rain.
Yeah.
If not, it is rainy. Even I will look for matches now.
They will light the fire.
Yeah. So,
So, Daddy, how long have you been doing this job?
Oh, it's just about 2 years, eh?
Yeah. 2 years.
2 years.
Is it good business?
It's a good business.
Oh.
I have cars inside.
You have yes. Cars out of this business?
Yes. I have a building too.
You have a house?
Yes.
Wow, this is good business. If hadn't been the fact that it was raining, this is what you used to light the fire.
No, this one is to hold the cigarette because if not this one, this one could have scattered.
Oh, okay. I mean this. Okay.
It will scatter. So they use this one to tight it. So when they set the fire, so it will keep burning. So as it keep burning, you burn this side, then you draw this in near here so that the fire will hit this place.
Oh, okay.
When it hit this place, it will let this place hot.
Okay.
The more it hot, because if there is sun, if there is a heavy sun, sometimes the pantry used to produce a lot.
Okay, if it's very hot.
If it is hot.
Okay, but a breeze known for lots of rain.
If it is rainy, maybe you see a full of this one on the rainy season and dry season when it is a heavy sun, sunny.
Yeah.
This one,
Yeah.
If it is full, if there is raining continuously, you will get like half. It won't reach. It won't produce well.
Wow.
But you understand my point?
Yes.
So it needs fire always. So when it is fire, it make it hot. When it make it hot, it produce
more palm wine.
That's why it used to fire. Then it used to sweet.
Okay.
If you don't get fire, it can't sweet.
Okay.
So that's how the fire will be.
Wow. A very lucrative business that you can, to be honest.
I sell this one for customers.
Yeah.
I sell this one for customers. 100 Ghana.
Okay.
For customers.
Okay, you sell this gallon?
Those who used to buy it every day.
Okay.
Daily customers. They buy and sell it.
Yes.
But if somebody need it for ceremony, occasion, and all this, that's 160, 180 Ghana. Because that one will buy it only one day.
Okay.
It's not coming back again.
Yes. It's good for continuous customers.
Yeah. So if I can sell 6 a day, that's 6. 100 Ghana times 6, that's 600 Ghana cedis daily.
Wow.
I don't understand. Is somebody a monthly salary?
Yeah. So the palm trees, how long does it take to grow for you to cut them down to acquire the palm wine?
You know, say this one is already they have planted since long time. I doesn't know the time they planted it.
Okay.
And it's been here for about, let's say, let's say it's about 20 years and over.
20 years and over.
You know, it's a tall palm tree.
So, but after cutting them down, are you planting more so that you can be able to get more?
They are going to plant it again.
Oh, okay.
They are going to replant it. That's why they fell it, because it's now over mature. It's now old.
Oh, okay. Yes, I even we have a palm tree at home, and then when it's too old, what we have at home is about 22 years old. Because I think 22 years old. And what happens is the fruits begins to become, it's not nice. Like when it grows very old, the fruits, the fiber in it is not as nice as when it is young.
It's young.
Yeah, so I can understand why these palm trees are
rooted, then they plant new one.
Yeah.
So they are going to plant new one now.
Okay.
So they are, if to say time, if not time, then the place is too far along in Samo Road.
Okay.
If not time and the rainy, we go there now. You meet the man to root the palm tree. Then you know how it begins, how the business begins. Is root the palm tree. When they root it down, then when they get to 2 weeks, they use a chisel to remove all where the arms, where you open, drill inside before we put rubber.
Oh, okay.
That is another work.
Oh.
That's what we used to do.
Wow. Okay, so Daddy, so how will you know a good palm wine and a bad palm wine?
The good palm wine,
yes.
You know, say there are differences, but you cannot differentiate it when it is on the market.
Okay.
But as I take you to farm now, if I tell you that I'm only person that used to do my palm wine like that, because the gallon that we put under the palm tree, me, I cut small hole. It is not through the mouth of the gallon. Yeah. I cut small because if you put the mouth like this, fly will pass through the side, enter. Even these bees, they will pass through that place, enter inside again. That green fly, that green from toilet, from dead body, then they enter it. From toilet direct, then people take it. Yeah. But this is my own. I cut small hole, so it only take the pipe.
Oh, okay.
Come and see it here. I think you see, I cut instead of the mouth, I seal the mouth, then I leave small hole. That small hole, I put cover too. When you put it like this, no fly. There is nowhere fly can pass through. That's why you will not see fly demonstrate around. Because if the get chance enter, their friends will follow.
And then they'll feed on it.
They will feed. So they will enter inside. So whenever you turn it, you will see fly. That green one from toilet with bees inside. But me myself, I used to test it.
Yeah.
I used to drink.
Yeah.
So if there is a fly inside, I can't drink.
I mean, this is one of the reasons why I always say that I would definitely build my first home in Ebri, because I feel like Ebri is my first love. Like anytime I come here, my spirit just loves Ebri. Everything is just from farm to plate, like organic food. You can just grow any type of crop in Ebri. Look, let's look around. This is a plantain plant or a banana plant. We are about to leave, and I decided I wanted orange from Daddy, and so he's getting some oranges for me. I like this one. This one looks juicy. Oh, it's spot. This one is spot. Let me see. These are organic, fresh oranges.
It's small, but it's sweet.
It's small, but it's nice, eh?
Yeah.
Okay. To the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting the entire experience. It's my first time here, and I didn't know this is how it's done to acquire palm wine. If you all watch my videos, you know how much I love palm wine, and today, I mean, it was good coming here. Please come around, Mr. Alaka. He was the one who took me around his farm, and it's been a great experience. Yeah. He's my new sugar daddy. Anytime you are in Ebri, please look for him.
Look for Alata.
Look for him, Alata.
We are many, but some of them are inferior.
Yeah, some of them use chemicals, but as you can see, I visited his farm and he showed us the natural way of acquiring the palm wine. And so, if you want quality palm wine,
you come to Alata.
Alata. Yes. Yeah.
I'm so popular. Immediately you get to Jankama, every area, you ask for Papa Alata, taxi driver.
Yes.
And there's a palm wine type too. Yeah.
He's a rich man, though. So guys, thank you so much. I really appreciate the love and support. And so until next time on my next video, guys, you see it's raining, but I had to make this happen.
Exactly.
I really see
that means
I left my house all the way here not to come here and not make the video. So I was like, nah, whether rain or shine,
you have to make it.
I have to make it.
Yes.
So yeah,
that means we're serious. That shows the serious you are.
You know.
Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, thank you so much for watching. Until next video, I love you all.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
You are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
This is a dedicated cutter that is used in cutting metals and other things that will go through the jaw. Then we have this one, combination 2. That one can cut, can spread, can crush. So this part will do the cutting, this part can spread, and then this part can do cutting. Now this one is called spreader. When you want to spread anything, we use that one to do the spreading. This is the ram. And that one is used to roll the dash away from the casualty. Then we can extricate the casualty from the vehicle. So this is the ram. So we'll demonstrate only with one of the combination 2, the combi, for you to see. It will start spreading, then we'll demonstrate how it cuts, but there is nothing here to be cut. So you just open and then close for you to see how. The tool is on now. So he is going to demonstrate. You pick the tool. The tool is on. Tool live. There you go. Now, if there's something there, by now it will be spreading it. So if it is the door, by now it is opening the door, trying to do that one. And that is the combination 2.
Hello and welcome. As you may well know, an incident from the past few weeks has rekindled the discussions about abuse in relationships and marriages, particularly violence against women. Today on Say It Loud, we are dissecting reasons victims of abusive relationships and marriages stay at the detriment of their well-being and how they can be helped. When we return, I introduce my guest. My name is Lord Harris Edwasari. Stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching Say It Loud. My name is Lord Harris Edwasari. Now, today our guest is Yvonne Damali. She is a family member, actually a cousin of Lillian Dejo. As you would recall, Mrs. Lillian Dejo was allegedly killed or battered to death by her husband. Now, let me welcome you, Yvonne.
Thank you.
Thanks for doing this. I know these are very trying times for the family. But tell me, why would anybody stay in an abusive relationship or marriage for that matter?
It's not a question of why would they want to stay in a relationship or a marriage that is toxic or abusive.
Okay.
These people got married or they're in a relationship because of love. So usually the person who abuses them as the one that is perpetrating some form of human rights abuse against them. But the victims are usually still in love with the person. Okay, so that is one reason. They are in love. They're still in love with the other person that is being abusive. Again, society has not helped because we are in a society where once there is abuse and you want to walk out of the relationship,
that's true.
Particularly with women, they tend to stigmatize you, that it is your fault. Everything is put on the woman, that it is her fault, for which reason the marriage or relationship isn't working well. And because they don't want to be stigmatized, they tend to stay in that abusive marriage. For women who have children with these abusive spouses, it is even more difficult because they get out of the marriage and it's difficult to get another man to marry them.
So they would rather condone abuse?
They don't condone abuse.
Okay.
But they are left with no choice. So there are various factors. Let's say sometimes it has to do with financial situations. Most of the abusive relationships and marriages, if you check, you realize that the ladies aren't working or they are not financially sound. Those with children, even if you check, because I am in group with female, I am a woman, I am a mother, I am a wife. When you check, you realize that most of these abusive relationships, don't even allow the women to work. They don't expect the women to make more money than them, or even when they are making money, it's not enough for them to walk out of that relationship or marriage and be able to take care of their kids. So they would rather stay in, thinking that the little support they get from the man could actually help them take care of their children. So that is why they stay in for the children, they stay in for the money, they stay in because of stigma, they stay in because to them, where are they going? They don't know the other person they might go to be in a relationship with, and the kind of abuse that person will also make out to them. So they would rather stay in a relationship because, like the popular cliche, the devil you know is better than the angel you don't know. So these are some of the reasons why.
How close were you to Lillian?
Well, Lillian is my cousin. I wasn't that close to Lillian, even though there are times we chat, exchange messages. Yes, we have that, but we're not that close. I am rather very close to my uncle, who is the father of Lillian.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So because of your relationship, you may not have known about her abuse. Did she ever disclose or give you any picture?
No, we never spoke about abuse. The fact is that Lillian is a private person. She would rather keep most of these things to herself. Why? Because, again, society, families, the churches haven't helped us. They will usually tell you when you are getting married that whatever happens in your marriage or your relationship stays with you. You are not supposed to go out and disclose it with family members. So, yes, she might have a few people that she speaks to, but let me say that it's not something Lillian, from what I know, will go out telling family
about her relationship
about things that happen. She's mentioned it to some of the siblings, not me. I know her father knows about some of the abuse, but that is even not too long ago.
He got to know after she passed?
No. The father knew whatever that was going on. Okay, but it wasn't something Lillian was running. She never ran to the father or family to always report the abuse. So most of the issues we got to know after she passed.
Oh, wow.
Yes,
you
exactly.
You talk about the fact that families haven't helped and they may have worsened the case. Was that the case with Lillian?
I come from a family that will never allow a child or their daughter to stay in an abusive relationship. Okay. Some time back, from what I know, a few years back, Lillian had actually wanted to move out of the relationship. And I learned that she actually requested for divorce. But that didn't happen because, again, the man came, there must be mediation. And everybody was hopeful that the relationship was going to work. So that was what happened. So it's not a case of a family asking her to stay on or anything. It's just unfortunate that just when she realized that she needed to act, she died before that time came.
What do you think could have been the best solution in the case of Lillian? Because mediation didn't seem to work. And there are pictures of her being injured. She looked battered and all that. None of the family saw any of these?
We have agreed as a family not to discuss Lillian, but generally, if mediation doesn't work, you would expect the victim to walk out from the relationship. But our system has failed because in most abusive relationships, the question is when you leave, there is no shelter. Where are you going? You are supposed to go to family and friends. Don't forget there is the issue of stigma. Then again, this is a mother or these are people who have children. They wouldn't want to just leave their children. The child factor always comes to play. When a woman wants to leave her marriage, the child or the children's factor comes to play because they're thinking, okay, I leave my children, how will they survive? And so they tend to think about the children. And I can say that for me, from what I know, Lillian stayed on, not because she was stupid, but she stayed because of the children.
She stayed because of the children. Is that to say that if she had left, she wouldn't have been able to cater for herself and the children because of economic reasons?
That is not what I'm implying, but I'm talking generally. When you look at it, when you check, you realize that most of the men don't cater for their children when the relationship goes bad. Okay. They abandon mother and child or children. They don't take care of the children. The question is, when you walk out of your marriage as a mother, okay, and you even leave your children with the man, do they take care of them well? Okay. Who are you leaving the children for? Again, when a mother moves away from marriage or relationship and takes the child or the children with them, and there is no financial support, we are thinking about accommodation, we are thinking about care. We don't have the systems here in Ghana. The structures are not there to shelter this family, a mother and children, to take care of their financial situation, even when the mother is working. It is not easy to take care of children.
So as we speak now, how are the children doing? Where are they now? Are they okay?
Well, I wouldn't want to speak about that. The children are there, they are fine. Yes. But I wouldn't want to delve into, like I said, Lillian's issue. We don't want to talk about it to the media. At the right time, Lillian's father will speak to the issues. I'm not the right person to discuss Lillian.
This is Say Loud with me, Lord Harris Odasari. We have here father of the late Lillian Dejo, Mr. Charles Blasu. Mr. Blasu, how are you doing?
I'm fine, as fine as I can be, by God's grace.
These must be very difficult moments for you. Tell me about your daughter Lillian Dejo.
Wow.
Your children, what number was she? Was she first?
She was my very first born. So just like Adam saw Eve and said, "This is the flesh of my flesh, bone of my bones." The day Lillian was born, on the 28th of October 1978, when I first set eyes on her, I felt like Adam did. This is flesh of my flesh, bone of my bones. And she has held that special position in my heart as my very firstborn. Yes.
You must have shared a very close bond with her, because first she was your first child, and then your daughter, father and their daughters didn't have a special kind of bond. How was yours like?
Much more than anybody can imagine. We have a very special bonding. I think it even borders on the spiritual. Yes, I can say that.
How?
Oh, certain things happen between two individuals, and it's not physical. Like frequency of thought. Okay? I had that kind of relationship with my daughter.
So you could feel her pain sometimes to some extent.
I give you a childhood encounter. When she was a baby, I had gone to work out of town. I felt ill there. When I came back, the mother told me she got up, sat on the bed in the night to say Daddy was not well and she was crying. And at that time, I really was not well. So that's what I mean by the physical. Yes.
It was beyond telepathy. You had a very strong connection.
Yeah. Yes. Very.
Is that to say, in her times when she was suffering, even after you had given her hand off in marriage, you could sometimes feel what she was feeling?
You are not even digging beyond the surface. There are times when my daughter will insist, I must speak with Daddy and nobody else. Yes, I must speak with Daddy and nobody else. And so no matter how far away I am, I have to be called to speak with my daughter.
So she felt okay once she spoke to you anytime she was in trouble or turmoil?
I would say that she was so loving, humble, and obedient. She would always listen to what I say. She would not disobey me. Yes.
As a grandfather, we know Lillian had 2 kids.
Yes.
How are things like now? Looking at the fact that she's no more.
Well, for now, the children, they were in the house when this thing happened. They have gone through trauma themselves. They need to be counseled. All those ones are being taken care of. Gradually, they will come out of their trauma, and their interest is being taken into account because their life must continue. To live without their mother is something they will have to gradually accept. For now, it's a shock for them.
If I asked you to describe Lillian in 3 words, how would you describe her?
Lillian. A loving daughter. 3 words. A loving daughter.
What will you miss most?
She's so priceless as my firstborn. That bond between father and daughter is irreplaceable. There's a vacuum now. None of my children can fill that particular vacuum as my firstborn. That's it.
Do you think she's at peace? Do you think she's at peace?
That is a very curious question. How did she die? How she dies determines whether she's at peace. But I have my doubts that my daughter is at peace.
You don't think she's at peace?
I don't think she's at peace. I don't think so. And it grieves me that we respect that when you die, they say, rest in peace. But we know people die and they don't rest in peace because of the circumstances under which they died.
Did she ever give you subtle hints about the pains she was going through?
Forgive me, let's not touch on that because that opens a whole new chapter and it's part of the case. Yes.
Thank you so much for sharing this with us, Mr. Seth Charles. Bless you.
Thank you too.
Right, so we have been speaking to the father of Lillian, the late Lillian Dejo. He tells us she was his first child, and he's been telling us the connection with which he shared with his daughter. But in general terms, how does one identify an abusive relationship?
There are various forms of abuse. We have the physical, which is the battery, the beating, the kicking.
So you see scars and everything.
We have the emotional one that, if you ask me, it's very serious, but a lot of people don't pay attention to it. We have the emotional, we have the physical, we have the economic abuse, we have the verbal abuse. And I don't want us to forget that when you are talking about abusive relationship or marriage or toxic relationship, most at times, or let me say mostly, happens to women. But some men also suffer
in both sexes.
The same fate, where their wives or their girlfriends tend to abuse them verbally, physically. They do a whole lot of things to them, but mostly it's women that suffer this kind of abuses.
How can women stand up for themselves without committing crimes or necessarily being abusive themselves?
You see, I think that for a woman not to be abusive themselves stands from the fundamentals. It all begins from the foundation. I think we should begin as a society to redefine what marriage in particular is. Because yes, relationships, but let's focus it more on marriages.
Okay, so we take a quick break here. We are speaking to Yvonne Damali about abuse and violence in relationships, and by extension, marriages. Do stay, the conversation continues.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. This is Say It Loud. We are speaking about abuses in marriages, and we have with us Yvonne Damali. She's a family member of the late Lillian Dejo. Now, Yvonne, you're telling us about how women can stand up for themselves in marriages without necessarily being abusive themselves. Tell us more.
Yes. In my opinion, I would say that most of the time, women tend to become abusive because of the abuse that they're going through. For instance, when a man is cheating on his wife, the woman tends to nag a lot. The woman tends to maybe fight the man. It is not because she's an abusive person, but she's only responding to whatever she's going through.
Hurt people hurt people.
Yes. So it's like she's been hurt and she feels her solution is to hurt.
But how can they do that without resorting to hurting?
I think basically if someone is abusing you, you should be able to sit the person down and speak. Even when the person doesn't want to listen to you, you should have a way of speaking to them to listen to you. But if you ask me, I think it all boils down to the foundation of the relationship or the marriage. You should define everything from the start. You should understand yourselves. You should know who you are going into that relationship with, so that you don't have square pegs in round holes. Maybe your husband is the outgoing type, or your partner is an outgoing type, and then you come into the marriage or relationship, you are now fighting the person, or you have become abusive because you feel that you go out something that you don't want. But you should already know. So before you enter, or from day one, define what it is. Everybody should know who they are going out with. Discuss it. I know things can change in the relationship or in the marriage. But as a woman, I think you should know yourself. You should understand yourself. You should know the extent to which you can take abuse, so you don't become abusive yourself. If it's crossing the line, stay if you can. If you cannot, and you think that you being abusive will end up hurting someone else, or it will lead to the other partner hurting you, flee for your life.
So even before the marriage stages, you're telling us about relationships. What are some red flags that people should look out for? So you know that once you see this, it's a no-go area, you just stop it from there.
So if you are in a relationship and your partner keeps checking your phone, know that it's a red flag. If you're in a relationship and your partner doesn't allow you to go out, or keeps commenting or giving instruction about how you talk about somebody, he believes in that woman should be submissive. Woman should not go out. A woman should dress in a particular way. A woman shouldn't earn money or work to make that money. Or the woman after childbirth must stay at home to take care of the child. These are some of the red flags. begin to ask yourself, are these things I can take? We just heard, unfortunately, that a young woman was beaten to death by her boyfriend. I learned the guy had done that several times. Whatever kept her there, I cannot judge her. But those are red flags. If your boyfriend begins to beat you, or your girlfriend begins to nag and insult you right from the beginning of the relationship, please know that it will end in tears. You won't get anywhere because the person will progress and advance. Never think once you are married it will get any better, because trust me, it will get worse.
So now you're married, maybe your spouse didn't exhibit any of these things, but due to some circumstances, these things are new. As a mother yourself, with kids, you're married, how would you handle something like that? Stand up for yourself without being abusive?
I think that we should use professional counseling.
That's what you would do?
I will do that. I'll go to a professional counselor. Excuse me, forgive me. I'm not saying the Christian pastors or the counselors are not good. But these people, the religious counselors, if you ask me, tend to be people who have been married for years. And so you go and they advise you based on religion.
Okay.
But relationship and marriage is a serious matter. It's not, if they are professionals, I don't have a problem with it. But seek professional help. When your partner begins to behave outside of their original character or something that you know, the best thing is seek professional counseling. Go speak about your issue. They will help you to settle it out. But if you stay at home and you want to also become abusive, or you think that you can take abuse, even if it's emotional abuse, you die. You begin to be sick, you have BP, you can't sleep. The person does things that hurts you.
About seeking professional counsel, do you just do it alone, or you suggest to your spouse? How does that work?
You see, when you are sick, you go to hospital. So first of all, you go to you look for a professional counselor, a very good one, of course, not those ones on social media or on radio and TV that talk anyhow. Go to somebody that is good. Speak to the person. I think they will advise you as to how to go about your relationship, or how to even bring the other partner for counseling early. Don't wait until the thing gets so worse, so bad, then you go. You can't pick the pieces. It won't work out.
How do you protect children from all of these? Because children tend to learn from what they observe, what they see.
Children are very clever. They notice anything and everything happening in relationships and marriage. Once you're around them and you're happy, they know. When you are sad, they know. When something is not going on well, they know.
If they do see it, how do you handle it?
If they do see it, as adults who think about your children, please try settle the issue as quickly as possible. Sit your children down, find every means possible to erase that negative thought they have. Because you see, I was once a child. And let me say that even though I didn't see my parents fight, I can say there was some level of abuse. Not the physical one, but my father went in for another woman. And I can tell you that even now, I still feel the pain that I felt then. Because there was no peace in the house. I was never happy. It affected me psychologically. I wanted to see my own parents, my dad and my mom together. I go to school and I am sad because I see like children's parents, both father and mommy come to pick them. That relationship was there, okay? I come from a broken marriage background. So at a point, we were living with our mom and we were not seeing daddy as we wanted to. It affected me till today. I must be honest with you. I was never happy because even when people talk about their dad, I was sad, I was a bit shy. it affected me. So parents, people in relationship and you have children, always remember that whatever you are doing, you are not only abusing your wife or your husband or yourselves, you are abusing your children. Don't let them say it. No matter what happens, think about the children's mental, how do I put it?
The mental state.
The mental state. Think, because it has a long-term effect on them. It has a long-term effect on them.
These are all negative things. And you mentioned that Lillian was a very private person. And you know, society, nobody really wants their business out there. Nobody wants their issues out in the public. Society even warns people against it. But where do you draw the line between letting your relationship issues out there and coming out because it's become toxic?
In everybody's life, you should have somebody you call a confidant. There must be somebody you talk to. Talking itself is even medicine to the soul. If you are hurting so badly, you should have somebody you trust so much to keep your secret. So you go to that person, you talk to the person, you free your mind, you free your soul, you free your heart. If you feel you don't have anybody from your side or from the man's side, talk to a professional. I would rather go for a professional.
This confidant you're referring to, should the confidant be from your side or from your partner's side?
What I know is that like when you're married, they tell the woman that whatever happens in your home, keep it in your home. If you need to talk to someone, talk to the man's family. And if, because you are now married, you are family, but talk to your husband's family. And if anything happens from the woman's side, the man should talk to the wife's family. So that, you know, when you go to your family, they will make hasty decisions and that will cause conflicts in the marriage. Okay, that's what happens. So you should be able to discern who is the best person to speak to.
As far as
when you have, yes, as far as I'm concerned. If you have to talk to anybody in the family, it should be somebody you are comfortable with, somebody who is matured, somebody who can keep the issues and help you resolve them. It's not somebody who will fly out there and then take your matter out or discuss it or go and destroy what is already getting bad.
Okay. Your final words on this. It seems this has become the norm in society, but it has to be fixed from the root or foundation like you have outlined in our conversation. But how do we fix this, looking at the male child?
Women in society have great responsibility. Okay, if society will stop the stereotype and name calling thing, like these duties are for girls and women and marriage. And when you get out of your marriage, it means you, the woman, you are a bad person. It is because you were not responsible as a wife enough or a mother enough. That is why your husband misbehaved. That is why the marriage is destroyed. Then I think that we'll get somewhere. With time, it will improve, okay? So parents should begin to see their male children and their female children as children. That division of a boy can hit the sister and they don't talk. If you do it, your brother will beat you. I think it's a wrong thing. They shouldn't say it. If you do it, he will beat you. He's a boy. He's a boy, so what? So he feels that, okay, I'm a boy, I have muscle, I can beat my sister. It should stop. Stop telling the boys that, or don't stop telling the girl, you are the girl, go to the kitchen, go and cook. Don't reduce the girl to kitchen materials.
No stereotype roles.
No stereotype roles. Don't put roles on boys and girls. They are children. Everybody should play the role of being responsible children so they can grow into the responsible adults. Elsewhere, in other jurisdictions, it is the men, okay, both men, let me say both men and women perform the same roles. Everybody cooks, everybody washes, everybody does everything in their marriage and their relationship. Why is it that in Ghana and in Africa, we put the burden is on the woman, so from start to finish, you have the responsibility to do everything. And then they burden the man as, you should bring all the money. So if I'm bringing all the money and I'm working and I'm sweating and I am tired and I don't have that peace of mind, when I come home, I'll misbehave, or I'll feel that, okay, I bring the money to the house. You are a wife, you're also bringing some money to the house, but I bring the larger part of the money so I can dictate to you. These are things that we should begin to think about very clearly. So right from when we have children, let them understand that girls must work and bring money home. Boys must work and bring money home. Boys should wash, they should clean, they should lay the bed, they should do everything. Let them grow knowing that these are not stereotype roles. There is nothing like a boy and a girl's role.
Okay, thank you so much, Yvonne. But before we go though, are you Christian?
I am Christian.
Where does prayer fit in all of this?
Prayer is very necessary. As a Christian, I know that some things happened because we will say the devil or the enemy, the seen and unseen enemies, can actually impact your relationship and your marriage. They can play with your minds. Some are physical beings that might go to a wife or a husband or a girlfriend or some people dating, courting, and lie about the other person. Sometimes the issues are even true. But the way they will go about it, the things they will say to the other person would cause conflicts in the relationship and marriage. So it is important to pray for yourselves, to pray for each other, to pray for your partner. I don't believe there is something they always say. You see women in churches praying for their husbands. Their husbands are somewhere having fun. And they'll tell you as a woman, you have to pray. Again, the stereotype rules. You have to pray for your marriage. You have to pray for a relationship. So the woman becomes a prayer warrior. It is important we pray to support our marriages and our relationships. But please, prayer shouldn't be left to the woman alone. Once you are married in Christ, you become one. There is nothing like a husband and a wife. You are put together as one. So pray together. Read the Bible together. Think about the words of God together. Know that there is no place for fighting, for battery, for abuse in Christendom. It is not part of our marital prescriptions in the Bible. So please keep praying. It works. Prayer works. God will intervene. But prayer alone cannot solve, any situation.
Thank you very much, Yvonne Damali, for your time here. So
thank you for having me. I'm grateful.
Great. So prayer does work, but it will be more effective if both partners, the wife and the husband, pray together about whatever the issue in the marriage is, and no stereotypic roles for male children and female children. My name is Lord Harry Sidwasari, and this has been another interesting episode of Say It Loud. Do join us for our next one.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are funny face.
It's not my brother.
Funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
grant that we may always high duty as Gaisa. With divine guidance, the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament, ministers of state, discernment and vision, integrity and morality, that we, the leaders of government, this land, and people may be well and truly served, and that good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall be, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be dealt away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, item number 2 on the order paper. Item number 3 on the order paper, excuse me. Correction of votes and proceedings and official report. Page number 1, votes and proceedings. Page number 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Yes, honourable member.
Most grateful item of the Speaker. Please, the item numbered 9 at page 10. It should be Upper Region, not Upper East Region, which did not exist in 1964. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Table, please take cue of that. Page number 11. Respectfully done.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to react to the issue raised by my colleague, Okuyeto Ablakwa. yes, indeed, the Upper East region did not exist in 1964. And making the statement, the Speaker suggested to him that now there is a region called Upper East region, where Kulungugu is now sitting. So the Speaker suggested, and he took it on board, that indeed the recognition must be that the Kulungungu is now in Upper East region. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe it's appropriate. You cannot, if an event happened in 1956, would you continue to call Ghana Gold Coast because it was Gold Coast then? At the moment, it's Ghana. So I think that is appropriate if it's so captured.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, the narrative is rather the other way around. Yesterday, the Honourable Roxanne Dafiamepo said that Kulugungu was in the Upper West region. That's what he said. And then the Speaker asked for clarification and indicated that it should rather be Upper region. It should rather be Upper region because in 1964, we didn't have Upper East or Upper West. So my rendition is actually the more accurate one. That's what transpired. So it should be Upper region. Honorable Roxy is not here, but that's exactly what transpired.
Mr. Speaker, we don't need the presence of the member who made the statement to acknowledge the fact that the region is now Upper East region. If you say that, if he had said, an innocent victim of the 1964 bomb blast at Kolungungu in the then Upper region, that would be sensible. But for now, it is Upper East region. I don't see why we should be splitting hairs over this.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Right, Honourable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I think that I agree with Leader that there's no need to split heads over this matter. I was here yesterday, and maybe between the two, I was the closest to the one who made the statement. And it is correct that he did say Upper West region. And Mr. Speaker asked for clarification. It was then that sitting close with Honorable Ablaka to my left, we suggested the then Upper region. And he used that phrase, then Upper region, to qualify the town that he meant. So, but there's no need to split heads over it. Thank you.
Okay. Please, page 11.
Mr. Speaker, still at page 10, item 8, leading to needless deaths of some constituents.
Okay, table office. Still on page 11. Page 12. Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to take you back to page 10. Item number 10. It should be technical vocational education and training, TVET. So technical vocational education and training. Not as it has been captured here as technical and vocational education and training.
Table office. Please take note. I'm still on page 12. Page 13. And finally, page 14. members, the votes and proceedings of the second sitting of the second meeting of the first session held yesterday, Wednesday, 26 May 2021, as corrected, are adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honorable members, let me jump to item number 5, presentation of papers. Majority Leader.
Mr. Gami, I crave indulgence will present these papers on behalf of the two ministers, one for finance and the second for national security.
Request for waiver of import duty, import get fund levy, import VAT, exim levy, and special import levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 527,685 United States dollars and 79 cents on materials and vehicles to be procured under the support agreements between the government of the Republic of Ghana, Cascade Development Company Limited, and the Gold Coast Resorts International Limited to redevelop the Accra Race Course to include a 5-star hotel, shopping mall, office and residential buildings.
Members, the request has been duly presented. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Item 5B. Majority Leader.
Annual report of the Ministry of National Security for the year ended 31st December 2019.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It is referred on Defense and Interior for consideration and report. Respectfully, leadership, any indication?
Speaker, in respect of items listed as 6, 7, 8, and 9, we have decided at leadership level to have further consultations to see the appropriate harmonization of the motions so that we carry the entire House along. The issues contained are germane, but we need to see how to have a common approach to crafting the motion. So we stand them down, all four down, until further notice. And Speaker, in that regard, we may have to migrate to item listed as 10. That is if we have your indulgence.
Minority.
Speaker, thank you very much. We engage with the majority leader as he indicated on motions 6 and 7, and we will collectively, motions 6, 7, 8, and 9, we will collectively work to enhance the theme and the text in order to appreciate that we would have consensual motions on them, probing into the depths of December 7, 2020 and other excesses of the security agencies that happened in the past. So we may probably want to defer those motions, and as he said, there are some urgent matters that we need to discuss at the joint caucus level. So, Mr. Speaker, if you can adjourn us, then we can proceed to that. And then probably when we meet tomorrow, we'll see how we conduct business further. So motions 6, 7, 8, and 9, as leader have observed, would be deferred to tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. So thank you very much No objection to what the leader has proposed. Thank you.
May we move a motion for adjournment?
Speaker, I do move that this House takes an adjournment until tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. I so move.
That's majority. Majority Deputy Whip. A minority Deputy Whip.
Mr. Speaker, before the motion of adjournment will be seconded, I thought from Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, performance reports are being laid. To date, none of them has been given to any member here. Copies have not been given to any members here. And yesterday, before those papers, some were laid, I made an indication that provided sufficient copies were there. I don't want to believe that the copies are given to only committees that the referrals are being made to. If that is the case, it is not in a good direction. And if sufficient copies are here, I believe we should be giving those copies so that we start reading extensively before the reports are presented to the House. That is the indication I want to make before the motion for adjournment is seconded.
Okay, thank you very much. Table, please ensure that copies are made available to members. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor of the motion,
motion for adjournment ought to have been seconded. My colleague, the whip, whilst I was to second the motion, was more interested in drawing your attention to the inability of ministries, and particularly state institutions and agencies, to file their annual reports as is required of the enabling legislations creating them. So I beg to second the motion for adjournment, Mr. Speaker.
thank you, Honorable Minority Leader. Though belated, I'll put the question once again. As many as in favor of the adjournment say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're denying funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
The game of football offers many opportunities to players, but not every footballer is able to relish their dream of playing at the top. The career lifespan of footballers is mostly 13 to 15 years of playing active football. There are so many reasons footballers decide to retire from the sport, either due to injury or advancing age. But here in Ghana, the inability of a player to play in the Premiership or earn a good move abroad can forcibly compel a footballer to quit his career. So what happens when a footballer is forced to retire at a young age? My name is Joseph Adamafio, and in this edition of GhanaWeb Special, I explore the business of football and why young players are retiring to become coaches. At the heart of Jowlu, a suburb of Accra, is a youth football talent academy. Here, both young retired footballers and active footballers work as coaches in nurturing young prospects. Ismaila Usman is one of the coaches at Astros Football Club. He once had a dream of playing as a footballer.
Yeah, I was a footballer, but I got injured. That's the reason why I just have to switch to the coaching business, because I tried to treat myself and it wasn't getting better. I just have to switch to the coaching. I was playing for Al-Saad Academy. My dream was to make it in life, success in football, to make it, to sign a professional contract. I think that's the football business. It happens, sometimes it goes in a good way, sometimes not. Actually, as a friend, his name is Coach Karim. He's a musician, his name is Kapasta. He was the one who introduced me here. because we live in the same hood and he was here coaching. So once I was in injury, I felt like I'm home doing nothing. I want to join him, and he introduced me here. And I thank him a lot for that.
However, Justice Asante, a coach at One World Football Club, has a different story to tell. For him, playing in the Division 1 league is not lucrative enough to make a living, hence he has combined coaching as a job to earn income.
My name is Justice Asante. I'm a footballer by profession, playing for a second division club. Started my football career with One World Football Club, and I was playing as a junior side, so it got to a time that my coach asked me to be a supporting coach while I was playing as well. So I think that is when I started knowing, having interest in the coaching. So I started coaching and at the same time playing as well. So since 2012, I've been supporting and playing in my career. You know, Ghana football, it doesn't pay to us the footballers. Even those in Division 1, they are not earning anything except the Premier team. So Division 2 is like building a career. You're now starting, so it doesn't pay. It doesn't really pay. That's why I'm supporting with the coaching and playing as well. Yes.
For Derek Osei Arthur, another coach at One World Football Club, his decision to become a coach was more of a calling to help young prospects achieve their dreams.
My name is Derek Osei Arthur. I'm a soccer coach by profession. Actually, somewhere 98, 99, I was playing football. But you know, in my community, there was no football club in the community. So it's like at times on Sundays, the guys in the community have to decide, organize them to play like games. So I registered for my club, which is called Everton Football Club in Labadi, and later I decided to quit because when I'm no more in my community, nobody organized them to play and have fun. So I decided to form a football club on my own somewhere 2001, which I named it Advanced Stars. My main dream was to become a professional footballer, but I realized that the others in my community, whenever they are going to play games and I'm not there, there's no proper organization. So they decided, Charlie, if you are not around, there's nothing going on. So Derek, all the time you have to be around so that you organize us to play. So that took most of my time. So the elderly people said, okay, we can help you form a football club on your own. So that is why I began the idea of being a club owner and then a coach as well. Somewhere 2001, I had a dream of forming my own club, which is Advanced Stars. So I went to Kaneshi Sports Complex to register. It's an under 12 team. That time they were registering only under 12 clubs there. So I paid an affiliation fee and then I also joined the association to become a club owner. So there, I'm the same time, I'm the coach and then at the club owner as well. Wow. So somewhere 2002, I realized my dream of becoming a professional coach.
Latif Ibrahim, who is also a coach at Astros Football Club, has a peculiar story. Latif grew up in Russia, but later moved to Ghana to ply his trade, but his adventure did not end up as he expected.
I used to be a footballer, then I used to play in a team called Tula FC in Russia. So with time, when I was going to school over there, I was schooling there and at the same time playing football. So due to the financial crisis and all that, so my parents could not afford the fee and all that, so I had to come back to Ghana. So, and then when I came to Ghana too, I tried this academy called Fire Node at Gumafete. Yeah, exactly. Now called Wafa. Yeah, so I tried that place. As time goes on, also things wasn't really moving well for me. I had to stop and then find another business to do. So from there, and then I met this guy called Kapasta. He's a musician. Yeah, I met him. So he said, oh, when I met him, I told him what I went through and all that, and then he said, okay, I shouldn't worry, that he's going to link me up with this academy called Astros FC. It's called Astros FC. So when I joined the academy, I started coaching, and then till now.
A number of players give up on football if they are unable to make it to the top of their career. But the big question is, what do they do with their lives after hanging their boots?
Yeah, so we know the football itself is a game of chance. Football is a game of chance, and I think favor, yes. So if we have millions and billions of people playing football, Ghana and outside Ghana, so if you don't get a chance to play football, that doesn't mean your life ends there. There's a lot of things you can be doing with the coaching. You can do coach, you can do scouts, you can do agents, you can do a whole lot. You wouldn't wait for for opportunity to come to you whilst your age is going. So if it doesn't come, you go and meet it.
I have the love for the game, so not being able to play and I'm able to still be in the football business by coaching, yeah, I would say yes.
I will encourage the young ones, especially the youngsters, let me say from 12 upward, who are trying to be professional footballers, to combine both education and football. Those who are above 18, who are also thinking of becoming professional footballers, I think you can also find something to do in football, maybe by scouting. You can be an agent, you can be a paramedic, a lot of roles in football. There are a lot of, even administrator, even a secretary for a club. Football have a lot of areas that everybody can participate. It's not being a coach or being a head coach only.
Some think if you retire, that's the end for a footballer. But if you retire as a good, like if you have really enjoyed your football and retired, you are a retired footballer, for example. Now, you can become. There are a lot of footballers that retired footballers that we've seen that they own a lot of companies and all that. You can engage yourself in business. You can invest your money well. You can build schools. You can do a lot of business with your money when you retire. So it doesn't mean that's the end of the road for you.
Football is a lucrative business that demands loads of investment in the lives of players. Grooming young players involves investments such as time, imparting knowledge, buying football accessories, among others. Whilst others prefer entering another form of trade after retirement, a few others prefer to remain in the game. But how profitable is the coaching job?
Yeah, very much. Because with the coaching, I earn something to support my career. Like when it comes to supporting of the boots, my jerseys and some stuff, let's say eating. You know, footballers normally after training, you go home and you didn't get anything to eat. That's why most footballers in Ghana, they will have a story of, I was once a footballer, but no help, nobody was helping, I couldn't get anything. So with the coaching, gives me something to support me with my transportation to training, with my boots, my socks and my food as well. It's very, very beneficial.
Yeah, it has been beneficial because apart from one word, I've coached a lot of big clubs. Even Dambot is a Division 1. I've coached a lot of Division 2 clubs, a lot of coast clubs in the Accra suburb, even some in the Eastern region and other regions as well.
Earlier, I was just taking it for just to get something to put food on my table. But now I would say I'm enjoying the game. I'm enjoying the business.
Yeah, coaching is something that is fulfilling, but when you are good in it, you definitely see the result. You definitely see a positive outcome.
In times past, parents did not allow their children to play football, but stories of players who made it from grass to grace have become a reason for parents to invest in the lives of their wards. However, have Ghanaian parents really understood the business of football and the need to take their children to talent development academies?
We are because most of the parents now, they do allow their kids to go out to play. Most of the parents now, and even as before the rich ones doesn't allow their kids to come out to play, but now they do. You know, before it's only the poor ones who allow their kids to go and play, but now the rich ones do. So I would say yes, we are there. They understand the business, but it's only our system of playing which is not helping.
Yes, I think they will love to do that, but Ghana, one disadvantage we are not having is we don't have the pitch and the academies are not enough. And only few academies that we have, I think the paying, the money aspect is too much. So taking your kid to an academy to play football is something that we are finding very difficult to do. That's why Ghanaians they are not understanding the business. Not that they wouldn't love to do that. They would love to do that, but the money is not there to support. And the places that the pitch, they will do the academies. So the academies are not enough for the kids to be playing. Yeah.
No, I think most, but the education in it is what most of us doesn't understand, and the business aspect as well. But it is developing, honestly, because for the past 3 years now, you can see the way football is moving, it is developing.
Before, that was then. In those days, you know, there's nothing like that. They want you to go through, finish your school before you can engage yourself with football. But now, the parents are the ones bringing their kids to the pitch for them to learn football and then see if they will take it as a profession or not. Yeah, so I think the Ghanaians, like we Ghanaians, especially our parents, we've embraced it. We've embraced it. Yeah, we've embraced it.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Just like footballers, coaches also aspire to leading their teams to higher feats and coaching in big leagues, and these coaches also have ambitions
implementation of SDGs. After the development of the Ghana 2018 SDGs Baseline Budget Report, the Ministry of Finance developed an automated system to generate reports on budget allocations and expenditures towards SDG targets and goals in all the metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies, as well as for all ministries, departments, and agencies. The new tracking system was developed after new codes were implemented in the National Chart of Account. By aggregating the information at the target level, total allocations and expenditures at goal levels could be tracked. For example, according to the 2019 and 2020 report, Goal 17, Partnership for the Goals, had the most funding allocated to it. 32 million Ghana cedis in 2019. And 35 million Ghana cedis in 2020. Meanwhile, Goal 5, Gender Equality, received 28.2 million Ghana cedis in 2019 and 65 million in 2020. The least to be allocated to a goal at the national level. Total spending on the SDGs by government through MDAs came to 31.4 million in 2019 and 35.8 million in 2020. And ranking by regions also revealed that in both years, Greater Accra, Ashanti region, Northern region, and Eastern region were among the regions to receive the most funds for the SDGs. Having the opportunity to view our spending on the SDGs in such an organized, transparent manner annually enables government, private sector, development partners, and our civil society partners to engage in a more constructive manner when it comes to the financing of the Sustainable Development Goals. The SDGs budgeting information, 1, provides both private sector and multilateral development partners the opportunity to determine which goals require more attention, or the MDAs and MMDAs that require financial or technical assistance in working towards the achievement of these goals. 2, it also also provides the government the opportunity to adjust its allocations to ensure the equitable distribution of resources across MDAs and MMDAs. And 3, provides insight into resource distribution at the local level, such as which assemblies are receiving the most or least in funding towards the implementation of the SDGs locally. Since the launch of the baseline report, we have published 2 more reports, with the 2020 SDG report, budget report being the most recent. We all know that in 2020, the devastating effects of COVID-19 pandemic set us back significantly in the progress we had made towards the SDGs. At the time when Ghana was reporting its progress during the UN's Voluntary National Review in 2019, we reported progress in the following areas. Economic growth, education and job creation. Since the world got ravaged by COVID-19 pandemic, those same areas have reported the following deterioration. Decline in GDP growth from a projected 6.8% to 0.4%. Increasing inequality in access to education, and job losses, especially in the hospitality sector. In 2021, we recognize that the pandemic is not a passing frigate, but at least a 3-year ice age, and that the full impact of the pandemic on our populations, our societies, and our economies is not over. But we must remain hopeful and work with data that's Ghana's tracking system. For the first time in 25 years, African economies are in recession with rising deficits, soaring expenditures in response to the pressing needs of the crisis, and plummeting revenues. The pandemic now threatens to push an estimated 39 million Africans into extreme poverty. A lost decade stares us in the face. To recover from the pandemic, Africa still needs to close a financing gap of around $425 billion in the next 3 years, ramp up vaccine rollouts, build the organizational capital of the private sector, and invest in long-term and climate-conscious sustainable development. Urgent investments in sustainable and technology-enhanced agriculture, renewable energy and transport, digitalization, biodiversity, and human capital development are an absolute necessity for our recovery. So we can no longer talk about the decade of action without talking about the impact of COVID-19 and the need to ensure that we recalibrate our economies to leapfrog towards the agreed deadline. As at the end of 2019, before the COVID-19 pandemic, the The SDGs financing gap in developing countries stood at $2.5 trillion US, and about 10 months into the pandemic, the financing gap had widened by 70%, according to the OECD, and stood at $4.2 trillion US. It is for this reason that the government of Ghana launched the Ghana 100 billion Ghana Cares or Batampa program, a COVID-19 alleviation and revitalization program intended to jumpstart the Ghanaian economy through industrialization, digitalization, and enterprise development, whilst working with the private sector to inject more private capital into the economy. Government will also be taking this opportunity to accelerate our transition to a low carbon economy by collaborating with the private sector to re-energize and re-engineer our activities and programs to ensure that we exploit the opportunities in low carbon growth. Our ambitious 100 billion Ghana Cares program outlines various policy initiatives that align national incentives towards accelerating our recovery and structural transformation. Under the Phase 1 stabilization phase, the government spent about 8.1 billion, 15.1% of domestic revenue to preserve livelihoods. Phase 2, revitalization and transformation, 2021 to 2023, has a strong focus on industrialization, intra-Africa trade, and digitalization. These focal areas will drive the economic recovery plan over the next 3 years and provide the fiscal stimulus for economic revitalization to build back better and greener. As a result, we expect to record average GDP growth of 5% over the medium term. The government has, as part of the recovery program, launched and operationalized the 750 million coronavirus alleviation program business support scheme, CAPBAS, to mitigate the impact of the pandemic on several micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. This was done through the National Board for Small-Scale Industries, which collaborated with over 80 business associations and key participating financial institutions to facilitate timely disbursement of the funds. As of December 2020, about 412 million Ghana cedis had been disbursed to support 277,511 businesses, of which 69% were female-owned. The scheme has saved over 650,000 MSME jobs and enhanced financial inclusion, since close to 60% of beneficiaries secured new bank accounts for participating in the scheme. The policy and regulatory measures rolled out by the Bank of Ghana during the pandemic included a provision of 7 billion cedis worth of support to borrowers between March and June 2020. This enhanced liquidity in the banking sector, preserved capital buffers, and offered relief to customers. These measures also enabled banks and specialized deposit-taking institutions to provide support to critical sectors of the economy to mitigate the crippling effects of the pandemic. In order to accelerate action towards Agenda 2030, our approach towards financing for development needs to be revolutionary. The integrated national financing frameworks introduced by the United Nations is one of the innovative initiatives that map the landscape for financing sustainable development at country level and lay out a funded assembly financing framework to operationalize the INFF. We are proud of the progress we have made with this initiative, particularly as regards the pilots being run in the 5 selected assemblies. The assembly-led financing frameworks are expected to provide opportunities that will bring current financing sources together for better alignment with the planning and financing. Also, the Village One Dam and Planting for Food and Jobs, among others. Moving forward, the IAFFs will be instrumental in delivering the Ghana Cares program at the assembly level. With our goal to deliver Ghana cedis 100 billion in 3 years, we see the strengthened capacity of the assemblies and the advancements of Ghana Statistical Service and the National Development Planning Commission to consolidate the data necessary for providing a more comprehensive view of 1, the resources available to the government side for financing the SDGs, 2, how much our development partners have contributed, and 3, the opportunities available for private sector for 2030 in Ghana. On this note, it is my privilege to declare the 2020 SDGs Budget Report duly launched. God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together one more time for the launch of such a great report that reflects, I guess, Ghana's journey towards achieving the sustainable development. Distinguished men and women who have joined us this afternoon for this event. Starting with Mrs. Angela Lusigi. She happens to be the UNDP resident representative. Can we put our hands together for her if she's here? Yes, madam, you're welcome. Again, we want to recognize Mr. Frederick Mo, recognize the over 150 virtual audience joining us for this afternoon's launch. We're grateful that we're able to do that. At this juncture, I want to call on Mr. Mintabotre to help us get into the technical details of the report, after which we're going to open it up for questions, and I'm pretty sure that he will be in a very good position to answer the questions we put across. So if we're good to go, Mr. Minta Boche, please.
It's great to be here to talk about the SDG report. It's been a bit challenging from the beginning with the baseline report. So I just spent some time just to talk about some of the few things, some of the great things we've done over the period as well. So just a brief, these are the various reports we produced this far. The 2018 report, that's the baseline report, Financial Resource for Agenda 2020. So we started from the baseline report where we tried to align our resources, align our policies to the various SDG targets with some manual processes. However, some of the recommendations that we actually had was to make sure that we try to automate the whole process, where we are now able to automate the tracking of the resources that we've assigned and also the expenditures as well. So as part of the new methodology, we are now able to have the SDG targets within the chart of account as well. Due to the challenges of the challenges we had with the 2018 baseline, it's however difficult to now try to reconcile the 2018, the 2019, and 2020 based on the difference in the methodologies used in arriving at some of these figures for the 2018. However, the 2019 and 2020 reports have the same automated methodology, which now makes it possible to track resources and associated expenditures as well. So here we've been able to link our policies, our national policies, to the various SDG targets as we have them as well. And then we are now able to track them within the national budget as well. And this is done across all levels of government, from the national, that's the ministries, to the various municipal, the metro, municipal, district assemblies as well. I spent some time to actually look in some of the figures that we have in relation to the 2020 budget allocations as well. Okay, so the infograph that we have here now shows the various allocations that we have for most of the goals that we have within the report as well. With the government of Ghana funding about 67% of this. The other on the right actually also shows the resource split by goals as identified in the infograph, where you notice that for goal 17, as I iterated before, you notice that we have a huge funding of that from the government of Ghana as well. On Goal 1, we see some of our partners also trying to support us, especially on Goal 2 as well. Now, by this report, we're able to identify the resource mix also for all the allocations that we make towards some of these goals and track them accordingly as well. So after the development of the baseline report, the Ministry of Finance, as we mentioned, had automated the various methodologies that we have actually now designed. And I would take the pleasure to say it's one of the finest now. Most countries now are trying to do a similar, use a similar methodology to track their resources in line with the SDGs. We used to have other countries like Mexico and others try to do something similar, but I think Ghana is now leading when it comes to this methodology as well. By this new methodology, we are able to track the various resource allocation trends from 2019 to 2020 as well. From the infograph behind me, you notice that on Goal 3 and 4, we have maintained, though you notice that in 2019, the resource to Goal 3 and 4, though was low, in 2020, we had an increase in that on education and on health as well. So you notice that we are prioritizing education, and still on Goal 17, you will notice that Goal 17 still remains highest partnership for the goals as well. And that's something now we can track. We cannot just track just allocations. Now we are looking at expenditures as well. We can track the last cost center of government across the various levels of government as well. And now we are able to even identify the impact of COVID-19 on SDG allocations for the districts in Greater Accra. And I know my friends from Greater Accra are here. And you notice that the trend in the allocations, you notice that based on the pandemic, some of the revenues that they actually had to generate were not actually performing so well. And it shows in the trends in the allocation as well. So you notice that from 2019, in blue, you notice that the allocation that they had for 2019 actually is higher than that of 2020. But then you notice that they are allocating the resource trend allocation is almost same in the area of Goal 4, that is quality education, Goal 3, and that is good health and well-being. You notice that the allocation trends are really same and goes across the period as well. For the period we are tracking, that is 2019 and 2020 as well. However, for the tracking of the expenditures as well, we have also put in place measures to make sure that the transfers from MMDAs and from the national budget to MMDAs are actually isolated as part of the methodology we have here as well. So applications for the SDG report, we are looking at something to provide the private sector and the multilateral development partners the opportunity to determine which goals require more funding. So now by this methodology, we are able to identify some of the gaps in the funding. We are able to identify the focus of the various entities of government. We are able to even track if the focus they had before a certain period is changing within a period of time. We are now able to do this with our methodology as well, and also provide government insight when it comes to decision making into resources allocation as well. Our vision for the decade of action, we try to optimizing finance through the national budget, leveraging sustainable natural resources through government programming. And then for Ghana Beyond Aid, we are doing so many great things. The national ID card, we have the national digital property addressing system, the tax identification number to access key services as well, and the local level financing of the SDGs as well. When it comes to some of the programs government is actually implementing, when it comes to the CARES and Obatampa program, the allocation trends for 2019 and 2020 for some of the programs we've actually outlined, and Ghana Beyond Aid also, you notice that government, DOG, is actually spending all the key resources coming from government in that regard. You notice that some of our DPs are also supporting, but then in the middle, you notice that government is taking a center stage and is actually allocating more resources in the implementation of all these goals in line with Ghana Beyond Aid as well. We noticed from the report that the financing reaching the subnational is a bit inadequate, looking at how terrible some of the IGFs perform, especially in the northern part of Ghana, northeast, upper east, upper west, where the IGF doesn't perform too well. We also noticed that apart from the transfers from the center to them, if they don't really get some of these transfers, then nothing is actually happening in those areas as well. And budget accountability requires that government to also combine financial and non-financial information in the budget documentation, and also be able to track some of this over a period of time using some of the methodologies designed here to actually improve that as well. The challenges in the context of tracking financing of SDGs by private sectors, especially as government works towards establishing the SDG financing gaps as well. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Mintaboche. That was a fantastic presentation. Can we put our hands together for him one more time? Thank you so much, Mr. Minta. But it's interesting that most of the goals that I saw from maybe 2 to 15 seemed flat. But 17 partnerships, I guess, got the most allocation. And Mr. Minta, can I ask that you come back? We have a question and answer time. So let me start. I just want to understand what is accounting for that quantum leap in Goal 17, which is partnerships. And then we're going to come to, I guess, the live, the audience in the room to understand if you have any questions, but I'm going to kickstart. So Mr. Minta, if you can join me here on the stage. The question to you is, Goal 17, partnerships. There was a major leap. 2019, 2020, we noticed that the allocation to 17 was very mega. And what is accounting for why we have so much allocation or funding towards Goal 17? After he answers that, I'm going to come to all of us in the room to understand that if we have any questions we want to put across to him, I'm sure he'll be glad to give us answers. Saminta, yes, please.
So just to answer your question, Goal 17 is an interesting one. It looks at financing, it looks at strengthening domestic resource mobilization, and then again, it looks at technology. So most of the government programs that we're actually doing with the data addressing systems and then the 1D, 1F, and then it also looks at technology. It looks at enhancing technology and then making sure that there's a diffusion of environmental sound technologies to developing countries on favorable terms. Also, it looks at promoting trade. So you notice that most of the COVID aviation stuff that government is doing now is aligned to that goal as well. So we have that goal being very huge. But if you look at the trend, you notice that government also has a focus on health and education. So if you look at the infograph, you notice that health is high, education is also high, and the trend is as such. So the main priorities of government actually has been seen in the allocation of the resources as well. Thank you.
Okay, so I mean, in summary, from what I got from here, industrialization, trade and commerce, and digitalization are the key drivers for partnerships.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Ampum Isaac, and I work for Concern Health Education. Making your presentation, you said up north, IGF don't seem to be enough. You also did not indicate to us if there has been a contingency in addressing that. So is the DPs holding that gap? Or what strategy is government using to match, if it were squarely, for them to get to the IGF gap, so to speak?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Okay, so the period we are looking at, that's 2019 and 2020, we are looking at the period of the pandemic where there are some protocols and then people are even a bit scared to actually go out and actually do certain activities that they normally do. However, from the MMDA's work process, they have what we call the REAP, the Revenue Improvement Action Plan, which actually details how this MMDAs try to generate revenue. So as part of their process, they identify some of these processes to do that. However, sometimes there's a need for a bit of education as to why some of this revenue helped assembly. So often at times, some of this education is actually given them, but sometimes too, there's the other part of it where people are still not ready to actually pay for some of these services that are being given them as well. But then, often at times too, when it comes to our development partners, we need to be able to identify, like the report now tries to do, identify some funding gaps or identify some challenges in line with our policies as a government. Then you can invite some of these DPs to now support you in those areas as well. Thank you.
My name is Samuel Boating Arthur. I'm coming from the CSO's SDG Platform 3. Now, coming from Platform 3, my concern is on health.
Yes.
Now, you know, they say the devil is in the details.
Yes.
Now, we've seen some prioritization based on services. Is quite a portion which is not too good now.
Okay.
So I'm finding out as we report on this, it will also be clear that we come out with the clear details, so it becomes clear also to us, and we begin to dialogue within our ranks to see how we can deal with some of these issues, because if we really want to improve the health sector, and we still continue to allocate or spend more than 80% of what goes there on compensation, then there really is an issue. Now, I still think the explanation for that leap in expenditure for Goal 17, not too clear for me, because the indices that should be pointing to what 17 represents are also not too clear. Now, we hear technology, we see, now, how are we using technology to drive it? So clearly we can outline them in a manner that, or I'm beginning to think that the partnership section was to look at how all these goals align, and within those alignments, how we could make some gains. Now, so if the aligning point is taking so much of that budget, then we begin to ask ourselves, are we really getting value for money within that chain? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think you made mention of some great points in there where we try to exclude the compensation of employees from the analysis that we do. Actually, that has been excluded because if you include that, then you have Goal 3 and Goal 4, because if you look at Ministry of Education, their numbers by their compensation of employees, then you also have a steep data showing in there as well. However, I'm of the view that you don't have to always exclude it, but though this, because it's government putting some persons in the schools to be able to deliver service, because you're looking for quality education. So definitely, I also share your view that yes, we shouldn't maybe have too much of it, because then you're not able to give them goods and services, now buy chalk and others. But there's a balance of it actually. But this report now tries to take away the compensation of employees. That's why you notice that education seems to be a bit low from there as well. However, we also look at resource mobilization in there as part of Goal 17. And then the other priority programs, most of it are sitting within Goal 17. Most of the priority programs are sitting within Goal 17. And they are aligned to some of the urban mobilization, the industrialization, and some of them in there as well. Maybe in another session, and I'll urge you to now pick the report and read, because in the report you see some of the finer details that we are trying to talk about from here as well. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Minter. We have another question, I think, to my right. Oh, there's one here, yes. Sir, if you could please kindly stand. I think the cameras want to capture you, so please stand and then, yes, ask your question, please.
My name is Kojo Peterson. I'm related to SDG 3 sub-platform. I want to find out whether there is some deliberate attempt in terms of the resource allocation for Goal 17, in the context of the fact that some of the issues relating to Goal 17 cut across most of the goals. And secondly, in terms of international practice and recommendations, our budgetary allocation properly aligned in terms of what is expected of us as a country. For instance, if we are supposed to allocate a certain amount of your budget towards SDG, are we close to those target international standards, or we are far away from that? And to what extent do you envisage COVID will throw all this out of G?
Okay. Thank you very much. This is a very detailed question, but I hope you still get to pick the report and read, because you are trying to address most of this in the report as well. However, I would answer them here as well. In relating to international standards, our chart of accounts, okay, is one of the most detailed you ever have in the world. I tell you that our chart of accounts is so detailed that every other transaction can be tracked to the last cost center within the country as well. Unlike a country like Benin, where the national and then the sub-national are disjoint, you cannot even track resources from the national to the sub-national. Ghana's response to that, we have the classification of the functions of government, which looks at the socio-economic purpose for which entities are established, okay? So we have most of these parameters within our chart of account as well. So when it comes to that, I'll say yes. Ghana's budget responds to that. We are doing program-based budget, and I think most countries are doing something similar as well. When it comes to allocation as to if you are meeting international targets and others, yes, I would say we are meeting some of them. However, every country might have different priorities and then policies, and if you know now the talk in the news, there's some challenges that we are having. So if you are addressing some of them, the prioritization of resources, okay, could actually play a role in how much goes into which sector and how much actually is received by some priority programs as well. So that also comes to that as well. However, when you made mention of the mix and the targets, part of this report is also to aid us. The methodology we have here is to also aid us to identify some of the financing gaps that we have. We might not be able to provide everything, but how would you know if I'm not able to provide everything? It's through some of this methodology, some of this tracking that we are doing, because what gets measured gets done. So if you're not getting a measure of it, then you don't know where you even are. So this is the start of it. And now we are measuring, and then we know. By this methodology, we're able to even know the focus. Like you said, every MDA, MMDA own their budget. The Ministry of Finance will now allocate you resources, but then there's a principal account holder, okay, who now is responsible for that, and the budget is prepared along the functions of this MDA or the MMDA as well. So it is not a deliberate attempt to say that, okay, all the districts in Greater Accra, you should allocate your resources this way. No. But by this methodology, we're able to identify if the districts in Greater Accra, their focus is changing from education to health. We are able to know. And we are now able to ask the question, why the change? Okay, is it that now you have you've been able to do a measure to see that you are meeting certain targets when it comes to education? That's why we have a shift in focus to maybe health. If you look at the report, you notice that between KMA and AMA, KMA prioritizes more about health, and then AMA prioritizes more about education. And I'll urge you to read the report and some of the details, final details you find in there as well. Thank you.
That's a good explanation. I think we have time for just one more question. So just one more, if the lady can take it.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Levlin Kunedu Asiedu. I am also coming from the Ghana CSO's platform, sub-platform 5, that is gender equality. And to see that the figures for gender equality is one of the least as far as budget allocation is concerned, gives me a great concern. And I am asking, what has accounted for that least amount? Because we know that in the pandemic, women and children are the most affected. And we have the report to buttress this point. And yet the budget that has been allocated is so small. And domestic abuse, streetism, unemployment, the greater portion goes to women, and then children and girls for that matter, and then persons with disabilities for that matter. Yeah. So how is it that in this category of people, who, which represents about 50% of population, are being so disadvantaged? What is the strategy that is going to be put in place going forward? I know that the National Development Planning Commission will have a great response to this question, but as you standing here, what do you have for us? Okay. How can you engage us and let us know that we are not being disadvantaged? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer your question. Actually, with the allocations that you saw, okay, we are looking at direct allocations. However, there are indirect ways, and the allocations try to address some of these challenges that you raised. For example, the Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Local Government receive certain allocations in that regard, but then it might not be directly assigned to that goal. So if you check like goal 8, you might see something there. You might check on goal 1, you might see some of the some activities being done, but the linkage is to that goal. But however, when those activities are undertaken, there are impacts of it on gender. But like you said, the direct allocations to gender are low, but I'll tell you that there's a lot of activities, like you mentioned, in that area, in these times, that we've actually undertaken, and the resources actually are aligned in that regard. But just as I said earlier on, this is direct. The other indirect ones, you might have to see them from the report as well. And we've identified a number of them in the report as well. So look at the policy initiative part of the report, where you see some of the things that are being done by government in that area as well. Thank you very much. And I urge you to read the report, so you find most of the details in there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mintaboche. That's instructive. And thanks for that question. Really, really insightful to note that we're not doing much, or there's not much allocation going to women and children in general. I understand there's a contribution from the back, so if you can please pass the microphone on to him.
All right, my name is Raymond. Just to add to what Mintan said, on the 17th particularly, if you look at government mantra, is to drive this country beyond aid. What it means is that most of the strategies we have to do is to try to harness how to mobilize domestic revenue. And therefore, strategies in terms of making sure that GRA is able to implement systems that can minimize human intervention in terms of tax collection, and minimizing also how the usage of the IGF at the various institutional level is very important. That is why you see much resources going on to the 17th. Besides that, if you look at, I think one of the questionnaires also questioned or expressed concern about the 17th, the health sector allocation. You see, if you look at the government agenda, especially for the 2021 budget statement, there is something on Agenda 111, that is a focus on health service delivery in terms of how do we improve on the health infrastructure, particularly in times like this. So maybe going forward, you'll be seeing much allocation going into those directions. But they say the sweetness of the pudding is in the eating. So the report is there. If you look at the report, you'll see much more details in the various strategies outlined to make sure that at least the various sectors allocated in terms of the SDGs are actually gradually targeted and achieved as we gradually get to the 2030 as the end of the SDGs. Thank you.
Okay, so I think Mrs. Gladys Asawute has something to share.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you, Mr. Mintaboche, for that wonderful presentation. Just a quick clarification on the Goal 17 and what goes into it. We are attempted to think that every expenditure that is going there, every allocation that is going there is going into organizing partnerships. But the Goal 17 stands for partnerships and the means of implementation. So partnerships for achieving the goals, and then the means of implementation. And the means of implementation, there are basically two. the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, and then the Paris Action for Climate Change funds. And the means of implementation, number one, the Addis Ababa Agenda, the number one of it is domestic resource mobilization. So all the expenditures that is going into revamping your tax systems and making them more effective is considered as part of expenditures in Goal 17. So when somebody says domestic resource mobilization, everything that government is doing, the private sector is doing to make sure that we mobilize enough resources domestically is an expenditure that is charged to Goal 17, because Goal 17 is looking at partnerships for the goals and then the means of implementation. And when you read the report, you will see. So I don't want us to leave here to think that even though we are talking about Ghana Beyond Aid and other things being self-sufficient, we are putting money rather into partnerships. The funds that are going there, yes, we are looking at partnerships, private sector partnership, CSO partnerships, but government is also looking at all the areas that it can do, whatever it can do to really increase domestic resource mobilization. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Shall we put our hands together for him one more time? Thanks for those explanations and the clarity you've given to us on why I guess so much allocation is going into the various goals or the SDGs. At this point, we want to welcome our partners to give some contributions. As I mentioned earlier, the 2020 SDGs budget report has been prepared by the Ministry of Finance in collaboration with the National Development Planning Commission and Ghana Statistical Service. And so we have Dr. Felix Adoyobo, if I'm not mistaken, to contribute for this afternoon's event. Let's put our hands together one more time for him.
Thank you very much, Fifi, and grateful to the organizers for inviting NDPC to share a few words at this afternoon's event. I do recognize Mrs. Gladys Osabote, the head of the UN Systems Minister of Finance, and the UNDP resident representative, Dr. Angela Luzigi. And I also want to acknowledge the presence of
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. To be
I
answered.
don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. You are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
This is a dedicated cutter that is used in cutting metals and other things that will go through the jaw. Then we have this one, combination 2. That one can cut, can spread, can crush. So this part will do the cutting, this part can spread, and then this part can do cutting. Now this one is called spreader. When you want to spread anything, we use that one to do the spreading. This is the ram, and that one is used to roll the dash away from a casualty. Then we can extricate the casualty from the vehicle. So this is the ram. So we'll demonstrate only with one of the combination 2, the combi, for you to see. It will start spreading, then we'll demonstrate how it cuts, but there is nothing here to be cut. So you just open and then close for you to see how. The tool is on now. So he is going to demonstrate. You pick the tool. The tool is on. Tool live. There you go. Now, if there's something there, by now it will be spreading it. So if it is the door, by now it is opening the door, trying to do that one. And that is the combination 2.
game of football offers many opportunities to players, but not every footballer is able to relish their dream of playing at the top. The career lifespan of footballers is mostly 13 to 15 years of playing active football. There are so many reasons footballers decide to retire from the sport, either due to injury or advancing age. But here in Ghana, the inability of a player to play in the Premiership or earn a good move abroad can forcibly compel a footballer to quit his career. So what happens when a footballer is forced to retire at a young age? My name is Joseph Adamafio, and in this edition of GhanaWeb Special, I explore the business of football and why young players are retiring to become coaches. At the heart of Jowlu, a suburb of Accra, is a youth football talent academy. Here, both young retired footballers and active footballers work as coaches in nurturing young prospects. Ismaila Usman is one of the coaches at Astros Football Club. He once had a dream of playing as a footballer.
Yeah, I was a footballer, but I got injured. That's the reason why I just have to switch to the coaching business, because I tried to treat myself and it wasn't getting better. I just have to switch to the coaching. I was playing for Al-Sadd Academy. My dream was to make it in life, success in football, to make it, to sign a professional contract. I think that's the football business. It happens, sometimes it goes in a good way, sometimes not. Actually, as a friend, his name is Coach Karim. He's a musician, his name Kapasta. He was the one who introduced me here, because we live in the same hood and he was here coaching. So once I was in injury, I felt like I'm home doing nothing. I want to join him, and he introduced me here, and I thank him a lot for that.
However, Justice Asante, a coach at One World Football Club, has a different story to tell. For him, playing in the Division 1 league is not lucrative enough to make a living, hence he has combined coaching as a job to earn income.
My name is Justice Asante. I'm a footballer by profession, playing for a second division club. Started my football career with One World Football Club, and I was playing as a junior side, so it got to a time that my coach asked me to be a supporting coach while I was playing as well. So I think that is when I started knowing, having interest in the coaching. So I started coaching and at the same time playing as well. So since 2012, I've been supporting and playing in my career. You know, Ghana football, it doesn't pay to us the footballers. Even those in Division 1, they are not earning anything except the Premier team. So Division 2 is like building a career. You're now starting, so it doesn't pay. It doesn't really pay. That's why I'm supporting with the coaching and playing as well. Yes.
For Derek Osei Arthur, another coach at One World Football Club, his decision to become a coach was more of a calling to help young prospects achieve their dreams.
My name is Derek Osei Arthur. I'm a soccer coach by profession. Actually, somewhere 98, 99, I was playing football. But you know, in my community, there was no football club in the community. So it's like at times on Sundays, the guys in the community have to decide, you know, organize them to play like games. So I registered for my club, which is called Everton Football Club in Labadi, and later I decided to quit because when I'm no more in my community, nobody organized them to play and have fun. So I decided to form a football club on my own somewhere 2001, which I named it Advanced Stars. My main dream was to become a professional footballer, but I realized that the others in my community, whenever they are going to play games and I'm not there, there's no proper organization. So they decided, Charlie, if you are not around, there's nothing going on. So Derek, all the time you have to be around so that you organize us to play. So that took most of my time. So the elderly people said, okay, we can help you form a football club on your own. So that is why I began the idea of being a club owner and then a coach as well. Somewhere 2001, I had a dream of, you know, forming my own club, which is Advanced Stars. So I went to Kaneshi Sports Complex to register. It's an under 12 team. That time they were registering only under 12 clubs there. So I paid an affiliation fee and then I also joined the association to become a club owner. So there, I'm the same time, I'm the coach and then at the club owner as well. Wow. So somewhere 2002, I realized my dream of becoming a professional coach.
Latif Ibrahim, who is also a coach at Astros Football Club, has a peculiar story. Latif grew up in Russia, but later moved to Ghana to ply his trade, but his adventure did not end up as he expected.
I used to be a footballer, then I used to play in a team called Tula FC in Russia. So with time when I was going to school over there. I was schooling there and at the same time playing football. So due to the financial crisis and all that, so my parents could not afford the fee and all that, so I had to come back to Ghana. So, and then when I came to Ghana too, I tried this academy called Fire Node at Gumafete. Yeah, exactly. Now called Wafa. Yeah, so I tried that place. As time goes on, also things wasn't really moving well for me. I had to stop and then find another business to do. So from there, and then I met this guy called Capasta. He's a musician. Yeah, I met him. So he said, oh, when I met him, I told him what I went through and all that, and then he said, okay, I shouldn't worry, that he's going to link me up with this academy called Astros FC. It's called Astros FC. So when I joined the academy, I started coaching, and then till now.
A number of players give up on football if they are unable to make it to the top of their career. But the big question is, what do they do with their lives after hanging their boots?
Yeah, so we know the football itself is a game of chance. Football is a game of chance, and I think favor, yes. So if we have millions and billions of people playing football, Ghana and outside Ghana, so if you don't get a chance to play football, that doesn't mean your life ends there. There's a lot of things you can be doing. With the coaching, you can do coach, you can do scouts, you can do agents, you can do a whole lot. You wouldn't wait for opportunity to come to you whilst your age is going. So if it doesn't come, you go and meet it.
I have the love for the game. So not being able to play, and I'm able to still be in the football business by coaching, yeah, I would say yes.
I will encourage the young ones, especially the youngsters, let me say from 12 upward, who are trying to be professional footballers, to combine both education and football. Those who are above 18, who are also thinking of becoming professional footballers, I think you can also find something to do in football, maybe by scouting. You can be an agent, you can be a paramedic, a lot of roles in football. There are a lot of, even administrator, even a secretary for a club. Football have a lot of areas that everybody can participate. It's not being a coach or being a head coach only.
Some think if you retire, that's the end for a footballer. But if you retire as a good, like if you have really enjoyed your football and retired, you are a retired footballer, for example. Now, you can become. There are a lot of footballers that retired footballers that we've seen that they own a lot of companies and all that. You can engage yourself in business. You can invest your money well. You can build schools. You can do a lot of business with your money when you retire. So it doesn't mean that's the end of the road for you.
Football is a lucrative business that demands loads of investment in the lives of players. Grooming young players involves investments such as time, imparting knowledge, buying football accessories, among others. Whilst others prefer entering another form of trade after retirement, a few others prefer to remain in the game. But how profitable is the coaching job?
Yeah, very much. Because with the coaching, I earn something to support my career. Like when it comes to supporting of the boots, my jerseys and some stuff, let's say eating. You know, footballers normally after training, you go home and you didn't get anything to eat. That's why most footballers in Ghana, they will have a story of, I was once a footballer, but no help, nobody was helping, I couldn't get anything. So with the coaching, gives me something to support me with my transportation to training, with my boots, my socks and my food as well. It's very, very beneficial.
Yeah, it has been beneficial because apart from one word, I've coached a lot of big clubs. Even Dambot is a Division 1. I've coached a lot of Division 2 clubs, a lot of coast clubs in the Accra suburb, even some in the Eastern region and other regions as well.
Earlier, I was just taking it for just to get something to put food on my table. But now I would say I'm enjoying the game. I'm enjoying the business.
Yeah, coaching is something that is fulfilling, but when you are good in it, you definitely see the result. You definitely see a positive outcome.
In times past, parents did not allow their children to play football, but stories of players who made it from grass to grace have become a reason for parents to invest in the lives of their wards. However, have Ghanaian parents really understood the business of football and the need to take their children to talent development academies?
Yeah, I would say for now, yes, we are. We are, because most of the parents now, they do allow their kids to go out to play. Most of the parents now, and even as before the rich ones doesn't allow their kids to come out to play, but now they do. You know, before it's only the poor ones who allow their kids to go and play, but now the rich ones do. So I say yes, we are there. They understand the business, but it's only our system of playing which is not helping.
Yes, I think they will love to do that, but Ghana, one disadvantage we are not having is we don't have the pitch, and the academies are not enough. And the only few academies that we have, I think the money aspect is too much. So taking your kid to an academy to play football is something that we are finding very difficult to do. That's why Ghanaians they are not understanding the business. Not that they wouldn't love to do that. They would love to do that, but the money is not there to support. And the places that the pitch, they will do the academies. So the academies are not enough for the kids to be playing. Yeah.
No, I think most, but the education in it is what most of us doesn't understand, and the business aspect as well. But it is developing, honestly, because for the past 3 years now, you can see the way football is moving, it is developing.
Before, that was then. In those days, you know, there's nothing like that. They want you to go through, finish your school before you can engage yourself with football. But now, the parents are the ones bringing their kids to the pitch for them to learn football and then see if they will take it as a profession or not. Yeah, so I think the Ghanaians, like we Ghanaians, especially our parents, we've embraced it. We've embraced it. Yeah, we've embraced it.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Just like footballers, coaches also aspire to leading their teams to higher feats and coaching in big leagues, and these coaches also have ambitions of coaching big clubs in the future.
I want to be at the top one day. I want to be at the top, like the higher coaches, Mourinho and others. I want to be like them.
I see myself in the future after my profession, because definitely I'll become a professional footballer. Yes, I see myself becoming a professional coach after my career. When I end it, I want to go into the coaching because I really love it. And the coaching aspect helps me a lot in my game. It helps me to read a lot about the football. It helps me to watch videos and how to move the ball, it helps me with a lot. So I see myself being a professional coach after my career as a footballer.
I have a dream of becoming a professional football coach, and I think I'll give the credit to Like his team, my boss. I've been to international tournament through him. So I think I'm a professional coach on my own already, but I want to elevate myself to where I want to be.
Well, only God knows, you see. So I can't predict my future yet. But I love what I'm doing. I love what I'm doing because I make kids, especially if before you progress in something, you need to love it. It's not about the money sometimes, yeah. Because when you love what you do, it will take you further, and then now the money will start coming. Yeah, so right now, as I'm talking to you right now, I love what I'm doing because you will see some kids, he doesn't know how to play football. He's just coming to stress you, but just because you love the job, you don't see the stress in it. You just go with the flow and then you try to make the kids happy, and then, yeah.
Ibrahim Babangida Usman is one of the products of the Talent Development Academy, and he shares his experience since joining Astros FC.
Hi, I'm Ibrahim Babangida Usman. I'm a striker. I'm just in love with the beautiful game, you know. All of the fans, the passion for the game is just there. You know, when you come to the pitch, you just feel free, enjoy yourself. It's a chance to let anything loose, you know. If you feel you need to just be free, you can come, play, exhibit yourself through the beautiful game of football. So when my passion for football started to develop, I live just around the area, so I used to be seeing people training around the area, so I decided that why not try and come, because I was interested in the game at the time and I wanted to learn more about it, so I decided to come over here, and it's been like that ever since. Football in school is very, very easy because of course you have in the morning to afternoon, then later on you come back, you have your football, and football doesn't last through the whole day, so you can develop. So after you're done with training, you can easily go and develop, read your books, read over the days off, use that full focus on books, but when you come and hit the pitch, you're 100% from there. They teach us a lot of things, you know, ball control, which is very, very important in football, finishing techniques, passing and movement, which is of course the main footballing game, and a lot more skills, dribbling, everything else is all there. My favourite player, of course, Marcus Rashford. Marcus Rashford, look at what he's done. Look at what he's done for the kids in London. They've not been able to eat, and he's been there, so he decided to help them out. Him too, coming from Manchester United Academy, working hard, and he trains wonderfully, so I just really like him on and off the pitch.
Like many young Ghanaian footballers, Ibrahim Babangida Usman dreams of donning the national colours of Ghana, and he hopes his dream of playing at Old Trafford becomes a reality.
I would love to play for Manchester United. Old Trafford, just a wonderful stadium. In the Premier League, England, the best league in the world. Of course, who wouldn't want to go and play for a historic club? Ronaldo, David Beckham, Eric Cantona, all of them came from there, so it will be just wonderful one day to step on the pitch at Old Trafford. It won't be easy because in Ghana, a lot of players, football is life here in Ghana, Africa, so of course it wouldn't be easy, but I'm willing to do all of the work. You know, all the players, Mohamed Kudus, Mubarak Wakaso, all came from here, and of course born, raised here in Ghana. Of course I want to represent my country, make my family, my parents proud and everything.
Daniel, one of the foreign players who is a winger, reveals why he joined the academy and what he has learned so far.
My name is Daniel and I play football. Well, one day about 3 years ago, I was going across walking. Then I saw a bunch of people training at a football field around there. Pretty much like I was interested because I didn't know there was that many training clubs, and they looked around my age. So I went in with my mom and asked them if I could join. They said yeah, and they said I could come about Thursday. So then I came on Thursday, and we did some training. We played a match at the end, and and then after that, I thought, yeah, I think this is a good club. This will help me improve for the future. This could help me get to becoming a footballer. And then it went from there. But school, I mean, even though it's 7 hours and I have to sometimes come home and do homework, I always still have time to play football. And I never wish to miss any of it. Well, some of the stuff our coaches teach us around here is dribbling, shooting, possession, stamina, and pretty much everything you could think of for football. They're just trying to help us so we can improve to the direct future. I support FC Barcelona, and the player I support is Lionel Messi. I think his determination, how much hard work he puts into his skills, and what he can do when he uses that hard work. A club that I'd probably play for is either maybe PSG, Man City, something in the Premier League. Maybe a club in La Liga, but not really. I don't really see myself playing in La Liga.
So for any player out there who might have given up on their career and do not know what to do with their lives after retiring from the game, these are the words of encouragement from some young lovers of the game.
What I would like to say is that if you are playing football or you are a professional footballer and you got injured and doubt, and you think that would be the end for you, I would like to say that's not the end, because you can use your experience to get a lot of things. Look, you can engage yourself in a team and become the coach there. You can be a scout for some teams, and you can also use that experience, you know, to create other academies, or to engage yourself in a different academy if you have that experience. So that's not the end of the road for you, or the journey for you as a footballer. Yeah.
What I want to tell my co-footballers and Ghanaians is football is a game of chance. Football is a game of opportunity. When your chance comes, you have to grab it. If it doesn't come, that doesn't mean you not make it in life. It's not everybody that started playing football is a professional footballer. Some were very good, they couldn't make it. Some were not good, they made it. So if the chance you don't make it as a footballer, there's so many opportunities. There's so many things that you can do. You can go to the police with your physique and everything. You can go to, you can sell water. You can do a whole lot of things. Not like giving up in life because you couldn't make it in football. And so what I want to tell them is, no matter what, they should keep pushing and believing in themselves, whatever they are doing. Anything they want to achieve it, they should go in for it, and they'll make it.
Let me say my other friends that, let me say, footballers still playing, and some too are done with playing now, be at home not doing nothing. The life is not end, please. The journey is not the same. We all have different journeys. You can succeed in this journey, but I could. So I just have to try to switch sometimes. If you see that I'm going to this direction, it's not going well for me. There's a say that you can lie to someone, but you can't lie to yourself, because deep inside your heart, you know the truth. So you know that, no, I'm not getting younger. I just have to switch. So please, switch in your life doesn't mean that you can't make it in life. Most of the time, we are looking at the top, our plans. We feel like I want to be a professional footballer. I want to get a machine. I want to get a luxury car. So we always look at that. Oh, let me give my chance here. But you forget that you are not getting younger. And those are the times that are hurting. Those are the enemies in football. They make you forget about those things. But please, we should try to switch.
The business and art of coaching is a growing venture, and with the resurgence of the Juvenile Football League, now is the time to live the dream. I am Joseph Adamafiu, and this is a GhanaWeb special.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this